Start making me money! Let's get it on!
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep.
What is the bruh for, Darkside?
Just another day in the life of a manager.
What's up, Rod and Sam and Darkside?
Manager to-
Rod, thank you for redeeming Brexit, it already happened.
My name is Jujutsu.
And Darkside, thank you very much for the Prime for 31 months in a row!
That's
Welcome back to the Purple Foundation.
corners. This is a job for a manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
God damn, I'm bad at this. Hold on, I got a whole bunch written up. Hold on. Circulation. Welcome back to the Purple Foundation circulation. I appreciate it.
I'd like to wake up now.
Anyway, I'll have you know that, I was about to say watching anime is a full-time job, but honestly, I'm only watching it, like, an episode every couple days on average, I would say. Hello as well, Satella, and Nova, and Shadow.
Jumping, jumper, jumper,
Yeah, I'm not doing bad, thanks. Hope you're doing well. I would crumble under your weight. Get it? Anyway. What was... Oh yeah, well, okay, well, I need to wait for a change game icon.
Welcome.
It is... No, fuck you, it was not lower. It was not lower when we compared before. Thank you for the good luck, Road. Nah, bro, I've been losing weight recently, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I haven't weighed, but I'm pretty sure I've been losing weight.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager.
Like, lately... I mean, I don't know how healthy this is. I mean, I'm
Coming through.
again, my thing hasn't really ever been health, it's been about weight loss, but...
This is a job for a manager.
Recently, I've been doing the strat where I only eat, like, one meal a day, but the meal is, like, very big. But, like, I'm still, like, eating less than if I had 2 meals. But in the one meal, I'm eating a lot. Because I literally just, like, won't eat until, like, 7 or 8 p.m. And then by the time I would be hungry again, there's no point in eating because it's, like, 5 a.m. It's kind of like elite strat. So that should be making me lose weight, but I haven't checked, in all honesty. I have not checked. Am I celebrating what, Rod? Thank you for the good luck, the high good luck clicks. Purple pause, I will kill you. I'm sorry that was mean.
jumping, jumper, jumper,
Rod, this is the first and last time I will ever hear of that holiday. Like, I'm not even fucking joking. It's gotta be the last time I'll ever hear of this.
The manliness has
Nova Hooves. Now that's a ban right there. Chat, can we ban this guy? Chat, can we burn his body beyond recognition? To be fair, I will say, like, I feel like whenever, other people just mention the UK, like they're referring to the UK, just talking about it in any context, I feel like in most people's heads, the UK is just England. Which, like, I guess makes sense, but I don't know. Yeah, I suppose so, Clicks. I suppose the answer would be yes. I did get, like... I got, like, 6 hours of sleep, but that's fine, especially because I had a monster. Thank you for the good luck, Flame Zero. How are you doing today, Flame Zero? Practice was, like, kind of bad, I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, some parts were good, but... yeah. Let's just say that, sandwich driving in particular was, not good. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm definitely doing better than I was last week. Because obviously last week I was prepping myself to get fucked by the dentist. But then I didn't get fucked by the dentist, so I'm feeling fine now. Told you that was gonna happen. Matter of fact, actually, my regular dentist just quit for some reason. Like, he just left. Which is good, because I just don't like him. Not even gonna lie, I just don't like him, so now I have a different dentist who I like a lot more. She's nicer, she cracks jokes. And she does, spends a lot of time, like, with the patient, you know, kinda... reassuring and just being nice. Like, it doesn't feel like she's trying to rush you out the door, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, with the guy, it definitely felt that way. Basically, like, it's kind of like... I don't know, like, she probably actually likes her job. Whereas, like, the guy, it just felt like he was doing... like, he was doing his job, but it just felt like he... it was kind of like a, you know, like, only doing it for the money, I guess. Which, I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, you're gonna do the job for the fucking money, but... she seemed like she actually, like, cared. So I actually like her. What's up, GDP? Yeah, hold on, Clux. Huh? Ah, fuck. I forgot to hold X. Anyway, I did just see a message, Clicks, and my answer to that is, my name's Jeff, TBH. Modding. I mean, yeah, I mean, it kind of just depends on the game. When I was young, like, when I was, like, a young teenager, I was interested in making custom levels for Super Mario World, and even I was able to do it. I mean, obviously, I made a level, and then I never tried again because I was like 14 or some shit, and I just, obviously, just didn't have the motivation, but it was surprisingly easy.
Boing.
Like, you just place the fucking tiles, and then it just works most of the time. I'm sure there's more complicated things you can do, but just for, like, it was mostly just working.
Manager is always prepared.
And in contrast, I tried to mod Pokemon before.
Man already.
Did you know, at least back then, if you added a tile, doesn't mean it automatically has collision, and it's like, why the fuck would, like, why isn't it in a, like, oh, like, literally, you would add a tree, and it just doesn't automatically have collision to it? I understand, like, oh, you know, grass tiles or whatever, but, like, I don't know, there should just be categories of, like, this automatically has collision, this automatically doesn't have collision, and then you just, like, right-click it and be like, add collision or so, but, like, no, it was literally, like, and then I couldn't figure out how to edit, like, trainer Pokemon, because I was editing them, but then it just didn't seem to make a difference in-game, and I was really fucking confused. Like, the tools are probably better now, but yeah, that was, like... It felt like you needed to go through a ridiculous amount of trial and error for that shit, whereas with Mario World, it just seemed a lot more simple. But maybe things have changed. It's 2026 now, maybe modding Pokemon is goated as fuck, who knows? I've hardly even touched TF2, so as you would imagine, I haven't done any modding for TF2 either. TF Poo? Holy shit. I feel like I tried to get into it in 2021, and I did play it a bit, but it almost felt like, because at the time the bot situation was really bad, like really, really, really bad, and Valve weren't doing anything about it, so it kind of just felt like the game was gonna slowly die. It almost felt too late to, like, properly dedicate time to the game. I don't know, from my understanding, I'm pretty sure the bot situation has been mostly fixed by now. And there's still people playing it, so... I don't know. Well, now I just can't be fucking arsed. I can't be asked to, like, get good at that game. I really can't.
SpongeBob.
Why would it not work? Bro needs to hop on the 360 train. I mean, well, the 360 controller gang train.
A new path. No.
Because here are the options, right? You got the OG controllers, which break in 2 seconds. Or you have the 360 controllers that are cheaper, and they break in 4 seconds, which is quite an improvement compared to 2 seconds. And then the start and select buttons are in, like, a really good place for movie running. So basically, it's peak. It's so peak. What's up, Medla? Yeah, that really does suck. There must be something, like, the wire must be fucked. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Probably got stomped on. Thank you for the 20 streak, Flame. That was a pretty good streak, to be fair. Someone's eventually gonna get like a fucking 50 streak. And I'm gonna be like, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, I appreciate it, but also what's wrong with you, bro? Please touch some grass, please.
Bridge is going up. There's the edge of town.
I haven't added mods in a long time. I really don't feel the need to... Modding is pretty much just me, and then Cardin. But then Cardin isn't as active as he used to be, so the modding for, like, the bulk of my streams is just me. And then Movie has enough, like, token animations, or walking in a straight line, or loading screens to just usually be able to do something myself. Obviously, right now, I wouldn't be able to do anything if I needed to, but it also... It wouldn't take that, like, I would just have to wait until Bounceless, which isn't that bad. I almost got him as well, that would have been peak. Oh yeah, I know, dude, I had to get a screwdriver. For those, screws. Because I think I was trying to open up, like... I think it was N64 cartridges and SNES cartridges in particular that and maybe the consoles as well, is hard to remember. But yeah, I needed to buy one. I just got a shitty one off of fucking Amazon. Like, it doesn't seem to be, like, hurting the screws at all. It doesn't seem to be hurting the shape. So... Well, to be fair, I said a shitty one. You know, it's from Amazon. It's not from, like... AliExpress for like $2, but yeah. Dude, come on. -1. Have you tried being -1 minute instead? Dude, the worst is when you're like, yeah, like -1, -2 going into Neptune, because if you choke literally at all, the run's dead. Unless you also have time save in Neptune.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
107 gonna be heaven. Dude, I remember, back in the day, I skipped 134, and I never got a 134. I went from, like, I don't know exactly, but it was, like, low 135 to low 133. And then very shortly after, I got another low 133. And then I just never got a 134. It wasn't even like, oh, I'm going to get a 134, so I'm just gonna, like, reset the run in Neptune or whatever. It wasn't even, like, I literally just... I really started improving quickly after I got that 133.10, I think it was. After that, I really just started improving a lot. So I just never saw 134. And Chris never saw 133, if I recall correctly.
Adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Yeah, obviously I have a very weird experience with no port storage because I was already at a high skill level, like, when the category existed. So my first run in the category was world record. It was like a 111 or something like that. And then... I quickly got 109, and then I quickly got 108 and 107, and then it started stagnating. Like, 107 was my first, like, really good run, where it's like, I can't beat this in, like, a week.
Hey.
True.
I'd like to wake up now.
But yeah, I started documenting my 107s and lower. And then obviously, dude, going all the way from 107 to 105 without rub-a-dub skip, that was a challenge. And then going from, well, because I think it was like low to mid 101 was like a good time after rub-a-dub skip, so I went for that. But then they kept pushing it, and I got one flat. And now I have a 58 because of Rock Slide. Isn't that crazy, brev? Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to just look back at your past gameplay and just think, like, how was I that bad? Like, in my 105 segmented Sum of Best from back in the day, even, like, a couple years ago, I looked back at some of that, just skimming around, and I would sometimes just see, like, obviously bad movement, and I was like, ugh. Because, like, at the time, I wouldn't have noticed that the movement was a bit shaky, but, like, even a couple years ago, I was able to see, man, this kind of sucks. Even some of those segments were like, dude, I could literally just beat those in some of those segments in a majority of my runs now. Like, in the middle of a run. It's nice to, like, improving feels good. And improvement is the most obvious with, like, lowering your Sum of Best, getting on best ever paces, and getting better times in races and no resets. Like, especially the third one, like... I keep getting, like, 59s and 1 flats in these no-pause storage races. Not every single time, but the majority of the time. Like, even in those races, I'm pretty often, like, beating second place PB, so... And that's not to discredit the work of other runners, but for my own personal, like... my average run's still technically being first place, like, it shows that my consistency is very good. Which I'm happy about. Because obviously, like, if you're a really fast runner, like, you just do, like, all the fast shit, even if you're inconsistent, like, if you do enough runs, like, you're bound to get, like, the run eventually, you know? Even if it has a couple mistakes, like, the speed will just make up for it, and you'll just pop off. But if you have the consistency to back it up as well, like, to back up that kind of gameplay, you don't even need a miracle, you just need to, like, get, like, obviously an above-average run, which is a lot more reasonable than just hoping that all of the... I mean, you do need to hope that all the stars align, but to a lesser extent if you have the consistency. So it feels good, like, knowing, like, oh, my 58 isn't, like, just a complete and utter fluke, and it would take another fluke to, like, get close to the time again. Like, no, I've gotten runs where it's like, oh, the early game matched world record, the mid game match world record, the late game match world record. Or, like, straight up, like, oh, this would have been, like, 2 seconds off world record if I didn't die in a floating block. You know, that kind of thing. Consistency is a very obvious, like, form of improvement. Like, maybe, for example, you're looking for, like, a certain rock slide exit time, and you get it once, and you're like, oh my god, this is, like, the god run, and then the run dies. Inevitably to fucking Now the Men and SCDA, let's be real. But then a few days later, you get that same pace again into Now the Men, and yeah, the run dies again, maybe to Plank or something, but, like, still... Oh, it took me that long to get that kind of pace into Now the Men, and I just got it again in, like, 3 days. And then it happens again, and again, and again, and again, and again. To the point where it's like, man, this is, like, Just a slightly above average run now, when before it was like, this was a god run. To get this exact same pace going into Now That We're Men. And obviously, the more runs you get into Now That We're Men, the more likely you are to get a run out of Now That We're Men, so eventually one of those runs on a good pace has to get out of Now That We're Men. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody used to be fucking abysmal at this game. Even now, your PB's a 106, right? Like, if you get it down to like 102 or 101, you'll look back at your 106 and you'll say the exact same thing again. You'll be watching the 106 and you'll say, oh my god, I was so bad at this game. If anything, your improvement's been quite fast. Like, going from, I don't even remember what it was, like 112 or something to 109, and then 109 to 106, with 104 potential, like, you're actually improving quite quickly. Dude, that was like the most, that was unbelievably optimal, that was amazing. I've been getting better at that timing, but that was like so unbelievably good. That was like literally perfect, probably. I remember way back in the day, when I was running Battle back in like 2017, I think it was. I was thinking of throwing in the towel because my consistency was really bad. And obviously, you know, I was on PAL 360, so I was at quite a disadvantage. I think my PB was like 108, I don't even remember, like 108 or something, and I literally got like a 117 on like a run that was PB pace going into late game. And I was like, dude, I'm actually just thinking of quitting. And then Red Moss was like, don't. And I was like, okay. And then I kept improving my runs, and I got a lot better. Like, he was literally just like, nah, just keep going, bruv. And I was like, okay. that literally happened, dude. Can't even make that up. It took, like, almost no encouragement. I think it was just because, like, a runner I respected was like, nah, bro, just keep going. And I was like, well, let's see where it takes me, I guess. Dude, I hope that worked. What's up, Under? How you doing? Maybe I should start trying to buffer the sponge balls, but I don't really want to do that. Because then, I'm like, pretty much guaranteed to never gold BBBH again without more time saves. Most likely SCDA 2 as well, and 3K will be stuck for a long time. And even then, like, those are like the least reliable buffers in the game, even though they still have some reliability to them. They're just so annoying to practice, it almost feels not worth it.
I found one.
From my own personal experience, I can't say that it took you a while to get 109, because, like, a 3-minute improvement in, like, a couple months or whatever, really, that is not, like, drastic. Like, I've been around for a very long time, and I've had to have the patience of a saint.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
It sometimes takes me months to get a PB by even a second. Even back in the day, when I was trying to compete for world record, when the world record was 131 by Chris, there was a 3-month period. It was like 3 months, like minus a day or something, where I didn't get a single PB, and then when I did, I PB by like 3 seconds, with 50 seconds of time save in 3 meter. But yeah, that's what motivated me. Like, I was already going for Recce, but that's when I was like, dude, I can literally just, like, get it. I don't even need, like, the greatest run of all time. I just need, like, a pretty good run. But yeah, like,
bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
I've had those kind of runs where I'm playing, like, 5 to 6 days a week. And it still takes me that long to PB by anything. Hello again, Sam. I think, when I originally came back to Movie, it was, like, October 2017, I think, and then I kept playing until, July 2018.
Welcome.
I'm trying to remember what my PB was.
Never fear, good
I think it was, like, a 148 or something. That sounds right, it was probably, like, 148.
Yep. Excitement, adventure.
So I guess in that time, I improved by 19 minutes. From October to July.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Boing. A manager is always...
I remember, like, the game is so much more active now. You know what was considered, like, really active back then? It's just when it was, like, me and Tedious playing, as well as, like, fucking Jesway and Alloy. It would literally be, like, 4 or 5 people, like, 4 or 5 active players, who were also, like, active in the server. And we consider that, like, pretty good. You know, sometimes Burnett would play, or like, Conquer or whoever, but... yeah, literally, like, 5 or 6 active runners, and we were like, damn, this game's popping off, bro. Because usually, in 2018, usually it was 1 to 2 active runners. And then in 2019, there was a golden age, and... there have still been many times where we've dipped to, like, 3 or 4 active players, though. I would like to see a PB. I was watching you stream a bit yesterday, and I saw that you had holy time loss, and you weren't even that far away from PB. I think Rockslide is the push the players needed to, like, stick to running this game. Because at the end of the day, like, I obviously really like no pause storage, but sandwich driving really was, like, an actual major issue. And now it's not a major issue anymore. The fact that there's only one sandwich driving encourages you to learn out of bounds to make the level, like, actually interesting. And then obviously, like, Rockslide... the trick is, like, difficult to learn. And it's, like, a cool trick that improves the pacing a lot. I think that was the final, like, push that people needed to want to, like, grind the game. But obviously there were other things as well, like the races, and... sometimes games have upward trends anyway, just randomly, just have higher activity. Like, I think me and Sam, like, playing the game also helped. Hello, Cheeks. Thank you for the good luck, Brev. How you doing today?
SpongeBob.
Now the man is just fucking evil. And for some reason, the better you get at it, the more evil it is. Oh yeah, how bad is that situation?
A new path.
Because it seemed a bit like the forecast, it just seemed a bit iffy. I wasn't sure how severe it was actually gonna be. Yeah. It's just funny because like the contrast here is that it's just been fucking raining. That's all this, like, dude, it's literally been like that for like 2 weeks. It's just fucking rain, 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 and it's not going away. Also, I'll have you know, Darkside, that our runner account has actually been quite good recently. The game is like the most active it's ever been, except for like when Mindy Skip was a new thing. And I think it's like, again, Rockslide.
So much destruction.
I think Rockslide was like really what pushed the game, but obviously there were a bunch of other factors as well. Now we just need fucking Weenie Out of Bounds and maybe a Knucklehead strat or a like Sunday Skip or something, and this game will be so incredibly peak. I do like snow, but I don't like when there's snow if it's like a pathetic amount of snow. It's like, don't even tease me like that, bro. I think it's like North Japan or something. Like, I remember seeing videos, I think in North Japan, like at its very worst, the snow can go above... It can be taller than the fucking door to your house. So the snow is like fucking 2 meters or something. It's like it's physically impossible to get out of the damn house.
Welcome.
Nah, it's just loose. The dead zones have loosened up.
Citizens of Bikini Bottom, the manager is here.
Because obviously, you know, these controllers just don't last that long. Dude, especially after Rub-a-Dub Skip, I feel like... Because, like, when I was learning Rub-a-Dub Skip, my sticks just fucking died quite quickly. And it just feels like they break faster than they ever used to before.
Manager to
Luckily, I have more controllers, I have more, like, replacement sticks. But yeah.
coming through.
Oh yeah, when I went to
And
England
Linus is next to manager, Linus.
in December, it was, like, snowing. But I don't think Wales had, like, any snow.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now.
Yeah, I can feel the rubber, like, beginning to wear off. The weird thing is that it feels like my right stick is... Well, originally it felt like it was gonna wear off sooner than the left stick, but I guess... I wonder if what happened is if I actually swap the sticks around. Because I sometimes do that. If I feel like the left stick is beginning to give in, I'll literally just swap it with the fucking right stick so that it lasts longer. So I wonder if I did that and just, like, forgot I did that. Because this was a backup controller, it wasn't a brand new one, so I don't know how long I had been using it for. I remember the stream my other one died. I was literally trying to do balcony jump, and it, like, out of nowhere, the A button became, like, the mushiest fucking thing ever, bro. The pad underneath the A button had been replaced with fucking mashed potatoes. Out of literally nowhere. So the rubber pad must have just, like, broke, like, instantly. So I was like, well, I guess this shit's unusable now. I mean, maybe there's good replacement rubber thingies, but I don't know. I would need to look into it. You need to buy, like, a Brook adapter. And then you buy, like a connect, like a USB... Was it? Yeah, isn't it just like USB to USB connector or some shit, and then you connect either a wired 360 controller to that, or you connect a 360 wireless receiver to that to then connect your 360 controller to, which is what I do. So, initially, it's expensive, but from my experience, like, 360 controllers just kind of last longer. So, in the long term, and new ones are cheaper as well than OG, so I feel like in the long term, it saves money. I really just don't fucking like the OG controller, bro. I really don't. Like, I wasn't crying myself to sleep when using it for battle back in the day, but it still just wasn't my preference, and obviously because of token frames and buffers, like, you really don't want to have the buttons be under the stick. Like, that's just, like, the worst placement they could pretty much possibly be in. How's it going, yay? Also, the D-pad for both controllers, like, fucking sucks, but I prefer it on the 360 controller because it's a bit bigger. And you want D-pad for playing ball boost. The Ultimate Sandwich Driving, featuring Ultimate Sandwich Out of Bounds. It's more likely than you think. There should hopefully be a 559, but yeah, especially with right side. Bro, this has to be a 559. Back in my day, like, way back in the day, like, pre-buffer, like, oh my god, I bet my average, and it was before Out of Bounds, I bet my average exits were, like, fucking, let's see, No Cheese would be, like, fucking 117, like, 116, Depression would probably be, like, fucking, like, 216. There's no way that's a gold, bro. Holy. That didn't feel that good. That needs a retime. Like, I mean, it was good, but I wasn't thinking, like, oh yeah, that's gonna gold. I thought it was gonna be, like, a fucking low 240. If it was, like, low or mid 239 instead, that's kind of nuts. I wonder if 238 is possible. Well, I bet in a TAS it is, but I don't know if I'm capable of a 238. Yeah, that actually, like... actually makes sense. I'm not continuing this run, I just wanna... Okay... What was I doing? Oh yeah, SD 101, 10480. I used to chew, I mean, I bet basically everybody did this, but I used to chew on my DS stylus. We bought, like, a bunch of shitty stylus replacements on eBay. Like, way back in the day.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The
I would just chew them all. Dude, I lost the stylus for my, my 3DS, and I don't know what happened to it. Like, this is years ago. Like, years and years ago I lost it, and I don't even think I chewed that one. So it's quite unfortunate. I don't know what happened to it.
From manager to, well, not manager.
Opinion on jobs. Sorry, beeps.
Prepared. We're men.
The vast majority of them are bad. Because you do a lot of work just to get paid like 13 an hour or some shit. Obviously not every job is like that, you know. Your boss could be chill, your coworkers could be chill. You could get like more time off than the average job. Maybe you get discounts at the place that you work at. Maybe the place that you work at is basically right next to your house, so it's kind of chill. But like, if we're talking like a very like typical job, you know, it's like 20, 30 minutes away. And you have to like take the bus for it or some shit, and it's just like a massive corporation, like the boss forgets your name all of the time. You get paid like nothing. You don't like anyone there. Like, is that not just like hell on earth? Like, I don't know. And then you're beginning to save up money, and then your car randomly breaks down or something, so then all the money you've been saving up just goes to the car that you've been using to drive to work. And not much else, because you work 5 to 6 days a week.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
You know what buys happiness? Money. Think about it, right? It's like, oh, friends and family give you happiness, yes. But you can't spend time with friends and family because you're too busy working to get money. But if you and your friends had infinite money, then you could hang out all the time, which increases your happiness. Am I right? Because I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think I'm, like, wholly correct on this. You can still make your own happiness by doing hobbies and shit. Hell, you can leave the house more. Or rather, you can visit a wider variety of locations because you're not stuck in the one building 5 days a week. Which increases your opportunities to find more friends in the first place, even in person, not even factoring, like, online. So with that extra time, you can find friends, you know?
SpongeBob.
Now, of course, you may find, like, the wrong people. Like, you know the meme of, like, you think, I don't know, like, you've known your friend for years, and nothing seemed off, and then out of literally nowhere, like, they just say some out-of-pocket shit, like that, like the meme. Like, I see those memes on TikTok all the time, and that doesn't really happen to me, but, like, I'm always worried that that's gonna happen. I'm just cool with somebody, and then they're just, like, they just say something racist or something, and I'm like, well, that's really good, man. That's really exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. Dude, I don't know if it'll, like, pass. But my body, like, kind of feels off, and it almost feels like I need a shit again. But I can't tell if it's just, like, a 5-minute moment, and it'll pass, or what. Hello, Witty. Not too much. I'm doing better than last week. How are you doing today? It feels like a lot has happened this week, and also nothing has happened this week. Though, I guess that's just what happens when you stream, like, literally once a week. That is something I did say in my server, but I'm thinking of going back to streaming twice a week. Like, I don't know for sure if I will, but I want to. I think I technically need to anyway at the moment, because I think because I waited a week and a half to stream again this year, I think by technicality, I think if I keep streaming once a week, I will have only streamed 51 times by the end of this year, so I think I need to stream at least one additional time anyway, but I might just permanently... Well, not permanently, but... Well, I don't know, but I might go back to streaming twice a week. I'm not improving quickly enough. Like, how am I supposed to improve my NMG time? You know, make it really good, get a really good all extras time, get a really good all tokens time, and get a really good hundo time. How am I supposed to do all that, like, before I just start making more and more YouTube content? Clicks try not to eat pizza challenge. I kid.
Right now.
Pipple try not to eat chips challenge. Now that's impossible. Guess what I ate today? It would definitely be worth waiting 3 years. I would literally just eat at other chicken places in the meantime.
Nothing like a little man type stuff.
Back to no cheese. back to no cheese. Good lord, bruv. No, I only practice on the days that I stream. The exception was Rockslide Rewind, because that needed a lot more attention because the trick is difficult and feel-based. So I needed to, like, grind out the consistency. Like, I don't know. Ever since Rub-a-Dub Skip in 2022, it feels like my skill level ascended quite a lot, and it feels like I'm just even more consistent than I used to be. It feels like I can legitimately just get away with not playing the game for like several days and I'll still be fine. Which means I'm not going to improve fast at all, but it doesn't feel like I'm rusty. But even then, I still... Once a week, 5 hours, that doesn't feel like enough to PB, like, a lot. So I should probably do twice a week. Especially because then that eliminates almost any risk of rust. If I just play every, like, 3 or 4 days, like if there is any rust, I can remove it very quickly.
I'd like to wake up now. Oh!
Because even now, I'm still, like, very slowly improving. The good thing is, I don't need to drastically improve to beat my times. Because no pause storage is my only very good one right now. Like, my no major glitches run is good, but not anything more than that, and all of the other times are bad because they don't have the Rockslide time save in it. So I don't even, like... I don't even need to get significantly better runs. I'm essentially looking for runs that are, like, skill-wise are effectively as good as my old runs, except they have more time saves, like, newer time saves in them, which then makes them better runs overall because I'm doing more stuff, but obviously it's just to say that I'm looking to get effectively the same runs again, but with a few more time saves. I do practice a lot, like, as in, like, when I practice, my practice sessions are long, and I am generally thorough. It's just that, like... I don't know. A lot of my practice routine is forcing myself to get a trick, like, 3 times in a row. Or if it's easier than, like, once. Something like Steamed Early, I'm only gonna make myself do that once. Hello, Crow, what's going on today? Thank you for the good luck. Baguette.
SpongeBob.
Whatever you say, Teto. Are you a movie runner? New emo. just replace that emo with "Are you a movie runner?" That's elite. Like, yeah, sometimes I'm trying to chill, and then I'm like, I literally don't know what to do. And then I just test ball storage instead because there's something actually wrong with me. I tested like 3 or 4 chains today. I used to only test 1, and then I increased it to 2. And now I try to do like, not an exact number, but recently I've been doing like 4 or 5 a day. And then there are some days where I even do even more than that. I gotta stop, bro. Speed, space, run. Who was the was it fucking... Dude, I don't remember who it was. Tectone, was it? I talked about it last week, but he literally had a screenshot of GDQ and he was like... Well, I think he tried to say that speedrunning is bad now because it's low woke, because there were like pronouns on the screen, and he literally put speed, space, run. Bro's a tourist. And it's like, I'm not gonna lie, bro, that's literally like half the speedrunners. Half the speedrunners are just, you know, part of the LGBT community.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
IGT mod for war game.
Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to...
That's kind of cool.
Manager. A manager is always prepared.
I know, Cooper, this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You're never gonna see this again.
A manager is always
One-time movie
prepared.
stream, and then I'm permanently returning to the one and only game I've ever ran in my entire life, which is Plankton's Robotic Revenge. Anyway, hello, Cooper. How you doing today on this fine Sunday?
Hey.
Dude, I don't know how I ever ran Plankton's Robotic Revenge.
I'd like to wake
Oh,
up
good
now.
lord.
Ouch! Can't swim!
Thank you for the good luck, Frog.
Jumping!
And I'm doing fine and dandy, thank you. Again, better than last week, anyway. But yeah, I hope you have a good day of work. Hopefully it's not too busy or too boring or anything. Honestly, I like Globs more as a run, as a speed game than Robotic Revenge.
Anyone knows what...
I would still prefer to run neither ever again, though. Very nice, Koopa. I like to hear it. Yeah, there's nothing more cringe than, like, random lag. I hate that kind of... I mean, that's pretty niche, but, like, Like, obviously a huge thing in SM64 is lag reduction, but, like, there are parts in that game with, like, the amount of lag you get. Obviously it's a range, but it's gonna be random within that range, and it's really cringe.
SpongeBob.
There's this Fortnite streamer that I sometimes watch named Clicks, and I watch him, like, literally just to find out what the meta is. Like, what weapons and shit he's using. I just click on the stream and I'm like, I see his loadout, I'm like, alright, that's probably the meta. and then I watch for like 10 minutes and I click off. Because, like, competitive Fortnite is just, like, fucked. Like, the circle could be the size of, like, an 8-inch pizza, and there'll still somehow be, like, 10 people alive. It's like, what the fuck? And then they just box each other in. Until one of them, like, shotguns the other one in the head. Like, it is very skillful, it's just that, like... Yeah, that is not... the kind of Fortnite that I want to be playing, put it like that. But I still want to, like, know what guns are good and shit, so... yeah. Yeah, when it comes to in-game time, it probably depends a little bit on, like, the game that you're playing, but obviously, if they're able to track it through, obviously, Dolphin as a starting point, because that's just, like, you know, like, that's the easiest way to set it up, is just via Dolphin, like, temporarily. That would be, like, I'm sure it's possible, it's just you'd have to find somebody, like, willing to do it, I guess. Because in-game time can be a really good thing, but obviously if it's, like, a pain in the ass to set up or nobody's willing to do it, then, you know, it's just how it is. It also depends, like, you know, we've kind of talked about in-game time / like, loadless the movie, but it wouldn't really benefit movie very much, so we just kind of... and even then, nobody's willing to do it. But it's not really worth it for movie, in particular, like, because of, like, certain quirks with the game. But for something like Volcano Island, I'm sure it is more justifiable to have in-game time. You know, some games really benefit from it and some games don't, you know? It's as shrimple as that. Some games don't need it because the loads are, like, extremely consistent. Think, like, N64 games, for example. Like, those loads are consistent. I'm kind of glad the long-term, like, Nintendo used cartridges for N64 because unless the cartridge is really beaten up, it's gonna have, like, the same loads, like, all the time, and they're fast as fuck. There's no risk of being like, oh, I want to run SM64. I better hope that that the disc arrives in good condition and that my laser doesn't kill itself. Literally, you just... the N64 and the contacts would need to be in really bad shape for the loads to be bad, and even then it's more likely they'll just crash rather than the loads being bad. So for speedrunning purposes, like, cartridge is elite. Yeah, Crow. Because, like, it's really easy to just, like, you know, it's really easy to just talk about, like, the hypotheticals of, like, in-game time or loadless, you know, things like that. But it's a lot easier to get people on board if it isn't just a proof of concept and, like, it actually just exists. It's like, we could implement this right now. Or, like, with a bit more work, we could implement this. Instead of it just being a hypothetical where, like, people aren't gonna put much thought into it. So they might, like, shut down the idea just because, like, they're not,
Bikini Bottom, one hapless soul at a time.
like, I don't know. When something can easily become reality, like, that's when people really seriously think, put a lot of time into their thoughts about it.
Ow! Ouch! Up to Daisy. Boing. Ow! Fish paste. What's that? Whoa! It's a Redmond.
That is the issue with speedrunning, unfortunately, like, a lot of games that aren't on PC are just not going to be fair. And even the ones that are fair, there's still always, like, an asterisk. It's always like, oh, the game is expensive, the console's expensive, the controllers are expensive, and they die quickly. The PAL version is slower / faster. Speedrunning, like, yeah, speedrunning just kind of fucking sucks, unfortunately. Again, there's always an asterisk. There's no, like... Unless it's a PC game, there is no, like, 100% perfect scenario. Like, oh, Super Mario Bros., it's like... Even then, I need the NTSC version, which also means I need an NTSC NES. It's like, oh, well, you could use emulator, and it's like, yeah, I could, but... Then, because they require a lot more proof, with emulator. They want you to have, like, once you get good times, they want you to use, like, hand cam and everything, and you have to, like, keep playing the game, like, after the run's finished, and then you have to send them your fucking input file, if I remember correctly. It's, yeah. Yeah, Medla. We do sometimes kill the sponge. And he's pretty happy about it a lot of the time, don't know why.
Citizens of Bikini Bottom,
He's just a happy lad.
is here.
I really like Patrick's death animation, like the first one.
Just another day in
I think it's the
life
first
of a
one.
manager.
Where he, like, spins and turns upside, like, gets flipped upside down.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Up to Daisy. I'm feeling like more of a man already. Manager coming through. Cleanliness is next.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it already exists in one level, Crow, then it really shouldn't be that bad to apply it to other levels. Like, obviously, Movie actually has, like, a proper modding scene, but, like, it wouldn't be hard in Movie to just add an in-game timer to every level if we wanted to do that.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
Also, not even all PC speed games are fair, they're just usually fair. Which, again, speedrunning just sucks, but I like it, unfortunately, so, yeah. If this disc ever fails on me, I gotta buy another one from America, and it'll be expensive as fuck, and I have to gamble on it being in good condition, because eBay pictures just never do it justice. It's gonna be so peak. I can't wait. That reminds me, I should probably, I should probably try and re-enable cache loads, because it's been so long since I put a different game in the Xbox that I don't know if, I don't know if the cache has been wiped, so I should probably to speed up my loads a teeny bit, I should probably put in a different game at some point, like before next stream.
Much of a man do I have to be?
It's sub 3 minute what?
SpongeBob.
Man, I thought I was gonna get sub 3 minutes this time in the hour 17 long category. Man. I was about to say... Oh, like, what if NMG eventually became, like, sub 1, but because we literally banned major glitches, there's, like, no possible way that could happen. Because if anything with that major, to make it go down to sub 1, like, we would just ban it, because then clearly it's a major. Like, you could remove the entirety of SD102 and not even substitute it with anything. You literally just remove the entirety of SD102 and it'd go down to like 109, maybe 108. And then like where does the other like 9 minutes come from? You know, you're not the only person to make a joke about no bitches today, Wilcon. Hold on. Hello, Green. To answer your question, guess what I was playing last night? It is very cool. I do have rare replay already, but obviously that's 30 FPS. This seems like a very good way of playing. Obviously, I want to wait for like more shit to drop, like quality of life, like little mods that you can tweak. For example, being able to skip all of the cutscenes, decreasing Jiggy requirements, removing the life counter, you know, stuff like that. I was talking about it in a group chat, but what I'm really waiting for, I know it's gonna take a long time, but I'm waiting for a 2E decomp because, goddamn, that would be so elite. You can fix a lot of the major issues with the game with just some like quality of life shit, like skipping cutscenes, and like being able to like swap to Mumbo on the fly and shit like that. Like, that would just be such a major. The other thing as well is that, like, 2E would be so excellent for modding, because the game just adds stuff. Like, you can, like, it literally just adds things. And then if there's things that you don't like, you just don't, implement them in the mod. Oh, I don't like this move from 2E because it's too overpowered, just don't include it then. But then include everything else. I don't like the fire and ice eggs because there's not enough you can do with them, just don't include them.
Boing.
Because, like, I do... Like, Kazooie's really good, but, like, there are things about it that really bother me. Like, why do I need 94 Jiggies to beat the game? That is insane. Why is there a life counter? Why is there no first-person flying and swimming? Dude, I can't stand the third-person flying and swimming. I think it controls like complete shit. But then the issue is that every time TUI, like, makes a really good change, they also add, like, 2 bad changes, and I'm like, alright, thanks, guys. But again, with mods and shit, you can just fix that.
Up to daisy. Ow! Ouch!
My name's Jeff. Hello, Light. How you doing today? Not much on my end, but what about you? Dude, my stomach feels a bit off. I know I said that earlier, but... yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, I bet it will, Green. I bet that's, like, the first thing that a lot of people will want.
Never fear, good citizen.
Dude, the mod support, like, the fact that the decomp is getting mod supports, like, it already has, like, that Ocarina of Time banjo hack, and it has BK Nostalgia.
Adventure.
Because here's the thing, right? I tried playing BK Nostalgia on my EverDrive, and I was really enjoying it, right? But there were 2 issues. Number one, it was on N64, so of course it lagged a lot. Like, okay, I mean, I can put up with that, right? For the authenticity of, like, playing on console, I guess that's worth it. Dude, if I have to play a version of Banjo-Kazooie with the notes don't save on death, I'm not fucking playing it. I'm not playing it, bro. But that's the thing. It saves the notes. Like, it just does that in the decomp. So the mod,
Manager coming.
even though the mod on N64 doesn't support that, because it's on PC, it now does. Which is fucking peak. Like, that's perfect. Now I actually want to play the mod.
Hey.
Kazooie and Tooie are really rough on N64. But obviously they have, like, the Xbox versions, but on N64 they're both rough as fuck. Because on the one hand, you have Kazooie, which, like, the note thing really is that big of a deal. It really, really is that big of a deal. And then you have Tooie, which is always running between, like, 15 to 20 FPS. And its loads are way longer. Yeah, I've been using I forgot the name of it, but I downloaded like a texture mod thingy. Which, I don't know if it was just for the HUD. Well, the HUD did look better, but I don't know if anything else has improved. It might have just been the HUD, yeah, so I might have just downloaded exactly what you're on about. Yeah. I've only played Mumbo Mountain so far, so I haven't ran into that issue yet. But again, like, this shit's only gonna get better. They're only gonna, like... Because it pretty much only just dropped, so... It's only gonna go up from here. It's currently in the worst, least supported state it's going to be in right now. I'm a little banjoed out because I actually, like, coincidentally, I finished my 2E playthrough, like, very recently. But I still wanted to play Mumbo's Mountain, and I might play Treasure Trove Cove as well. I did enter the level, so, like, I'm ready to go. So again, if they do things like, yeah, the Jinjo thing and removing the life counter and removing the, and decreasing the Jiggy requirements, like, we will be so in there, bro. Because that is, like, definitely... The problem with Kazooie is that you basically have to 100% the game, it feels like, because 94 is so close to 100, and then if you get 98, it doubles your health, and you need 810 notes. So, like,
So much
if you're gonna get 810 notes out of 900 and get 98 jiggies out of 100, then you basically have to complete the game. But then, like, there are some jiggies that I just don't like. There's 100 of them. It's just inevitable. You're not gonna like some of them. You know, there's a couple from, Rusty Bucket Bay that I don't like, and then Click Clock Wood is just a nightmare. Like, half the jiggies are just annoying. So if they decreased it to, like, 85, even 85 is kind of a lot, but if they decrease it to, like, 85, like, oh my god. Dream come fucking true. That's, like, that's perfect for me, anyway. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's why it's, like, good to back stuff up if you're able to. Also, thank you for the 10 watch streak. Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm not really much of a completionist. Like, if you are a completionist, or you genuinely just like all of the gameplay in Kazooie anyway, then it's pretty much a non-issue. But again, there's 100 objectives in the game. I'm bound to not like a couple of them, you know? And, again, the game is still very good. Like, for an N64 game as well, it has aged quite well, but... I don't know, it's 2026, and... I want the requirements lowered. You know?
traffic is going up. There's the edge of town.
I haven't really played that many 360 games, so I don't really know what to say. You're probably just better off, like, typing in, like, best Xbox 360 games on, like, YouTube or Google or something. And then you'll find, like, the highest rated ones. I would say that I've 100%ed Tooie once, but I would be lying. You know that race that it wants you to do in Cloud Cuckoo Land? Yeah. I can't mash to save my life. So I have 99 jiggies. Like, I was kind of thinking of getting into running Tooie, and then I was like, dude, I do not want to do that fucking jiggy. Like, I really don't want to do it. I was even thinking for my casual playthrough, just to say I completed the game, I was thinking of buying a fucking turbo controller. I'm not even joking. I was thinking of doing it. And then I realized that Microsoft fucking sucks, and they kind of, like... There's a lot of controllers that apparently aren't, like, properly like, the turbo modes and shit on, like... I remember, like, reading something about how some of the controllers, like, the turbo modes just, like, don't work, or even the entire controllers don't work on the Series X, and I was like, god damn it, dude. Well, you might want to start playing Rare Replay, because it's pretty good.
I'm feeling like more of a man already.
Dude, what? Dude, did I really not get hit on that second to last? I don't see how I didn't get hit. As AIDS. Yeah, I have a Brawler, but then I have to play on N64. And dude, I'm just not playing at like 17 FPS. It's just not happening. But yeah, the fact that you, on Rare Replay, the fact that you get Kazooie, Tooie, Conker, and Nuts and Bolts, like, obviously there's more games than that, but just the fact you get those 4 games,
We're good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The
and, like, Rare Replay is not even expensive, and all of those 4 games, well, I've barely played Nuts and Bolts, but I know people like Nuts and Bolts generally.
Another day.
So you have like 4 games that are generally considered pretty good for a cheap price, and then you have all those other games as well that you might like. It's an actual steal. Koopa, thank you for redeeming Brexit. It already happened.
This is a job for a manager.
I would enable that in fucking 2 milliseconds, Green.
Manager coming through.
Fuck it.
This is a job for a manager.
Or at the very least, if there were a mod to make it much easier, then I would consider that anyway. Yeah, I have a lot of problems with the game,
Hey.
but I really like Tui. It's my cup of tea, even though every time I play it I get annoyed. But I don't know, there's just something about it that keeps me coming back. I think it's just like I don't know. Whenever they do something right, they do it very, very right, and I'm just like, man, this game is peak at its best. And then they get thrown into, like, grunty industries, I'm like, fuck, dude. It almost feels wrong to call this a challenge, but I basically challenge myself. Every time I play the game, I'm not allowed to, like, look at any guides or anything, and then I'm always forgetting how to do certain jiggies. Although, this most recent playthrough, I was able to get through a lot of grunty industries, which I usually can't do. So that was nice. But the requirements being 70 jiggies is so much more generous. But then they have you do a bunch of slow-ass jiggies that fucking suck. Like, you know the train one where you have to, like... you have to, like, bring the dinosaur to the train, and then bring the train into the hub world, and then switch to Mumbo, and, like, use Mumbo magic on the dinosaur in the train, and then bring it back into fucking Pterodactyl. Like, dude, fuck that. I never do that jiggy. I never do it. World's slowest jiggy for no reason, bro. Like, I know they're different games, but in Kazooie, that shit, like, that entire process, because you have to help 2 dinosaurs and find the location in the first place. Like, if that were Kazooie, they would have given you, like, 3 jiggies, and in Tui, you get 1 jiggy. Like, fuck that. Do it again, I wasn't looking. Maybe in a few decades.
SpongeBob.
It is satisfying to slowly unlock, but the problem... If you struggle to even get started with unlocking areas in grunty industries, like, you're literally fucked. That's the issue. If you can't figure out how to get beyond the first, like, 2 floors, then you're actually just completely fucked. Because even in my playthrough, I was missing a battery and a bunny, and I have actually 0 clue where they were. I have absolutely no clue where they were. So I lost out on 2, like, fairly easy jiggies. But yeah, basically, in a few years when we get 2E decomp, and I can have all those quality of life changes, the game is gonna become 10 out of 10 absolute peak. Again, like, skipping all of the cutscenes and all that stuff. Instant transformations, maybe? Holy... This is the greatest day of my life. Ocean Man. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that it recenters. Especially on, like, a, you know, If your N64 controller, like, if the stick is a bit loose, or if you're on, like, a sensitive-ass Xbox controller, it's really hard to aim. Like, you're probably a little aware of the speedrun, like, you know that thing they do where they shoot Clockwork Kazooies, like, through these tiny gaps? That's gonna be even harder when the stick fucking recenters itself, so you have to, like, keep the stick in an exact position for several seconds. As aids. Oh, that is one thing I do. Whenever I play the game, I do that for the, safe Jiggy in Cloud. Because the gap is actually quite big, so it's pretty easy. That's like the only time I do it though, but it's so peak because that Jiggy sucks. Yeah, no, see, that's like, again, whenever Tui does something right, it does it very right, because like clockworks are so awesome. It's such a genius idea, and they feel very satisfying and overpowered, but like, not overpowered in a way that makes the game like unfun. It makes the game more fun. Like it allows you to even cheese some parts, but like because most jiggies require a lot of work to obtain, it doesn't feel like you're robbing the game whenever you use clockwork to like cheese a small section of something. It feels like you're being rewarded for creativity. It's also just cute. I like the music that plays. and the fucking noises it makes. It's so peak. Yeah, it's a very big area, so you don't want to be stressed. Especially, like, the music is so, like, calming as well. It's very calming and just nice. Soothing. And it's hard to appreciate the atmosphere and the music and everything when every 5 seconds you're thinking, I'm gonna fucking die if I can't find a place to get some oxygen, bro. But then you just don't worry about it, it's great. Yeah. The first-person swimming feels very good. And the first-person... well, just all the first-person stuff in Tui feels very good. Again, except for, like, the aiming eggs, but that would be fine if it just didn't recenter the stick. The game also just, like, looks nicer as well. Man, I like Tui. It just pisses me off every time I play it. But I love the game still. Incredibly ambitious, like, I know there were, like, some really impressive games on the N64, like Resident Evil, but I haven't played that game. So for me, like, I'm very impressed that they fit that Tui on a cartridge without an expansion slot. Yeah. I think sometimes they got too ambitious. But still, at the end of the day, they made a good product and an incredibly impressive product as well. so I can't be too mad. Ram made some good games. Obviously, like, some of them have some major issues, but like, at the end of the day, they made some pretty good games. I need to play more DK64. I know a lot of people have issues with that game, but I want to play it still. Well, I was playing it with the tag anywhere. Like, quality of life thing, but I didn't play it for that long. I don't even know if I played it for an hour. It might have been less than that. Yeah, 32 megs is insane. I don't know how they manage that. Isn't it funny that, like, 64 megabyte cartridges must have been so expensive back in the day? But then, for some reason, with the Switch 2, the only option that they were giving producers, you know, devs and stuff is fucking 64 gigabytes. Which apparently they're gonna make more cartridges. But that's still kind of funny. They've gone from like obviously 64 gigabytes, even that's small compared to the size of some games. But even like on this current generation's like weakest console, like it still is rocking 64 gigabyte cartridges compared to 64 mega, and even the ones that exceed 64 gigabytes are just installs to the fucking internal hard drive. They fit Cyberpunk into the 64 with DLC, which I thought was pretty impressive because that game is quite big. You know, this game has a lot of content, so to fit all of that into the cartridge, I was actually quite impressed. Seems like a pretty decent way of playing the game, honestly. Which, like, I already have her on PC, so I'm not gonna get it on Switch, but still, like, I don't know. If you hadn't purchased the game, if you care about playing it on the go, like, that's probably a pretty good way of playing it. Ultimately. It's really funny, because, like, Cyberpunk was, like, fucking rushed-ass slopper, and then, obviously, they were given the time. They basically did a No Man's Sky, where they had to, like, regain your trust, but, like, they actually did it. Like, wholly rushed out the door, and then they made absolute cinema. Well, I haven't played either game, but, like, I know that that's, like, the consensus. I should play No Man's Sky, like, it's apparently, like, not even expensive anymore, like, because they fucked they actually destroyed their reputation at the time. Even now, like, they have to convince people to play the game by giving them heavy discounts. Because some people like me are still gonna be, like, a little skeptical. You know, kind of like, I don't know, but... a lot of people now are saying, like, nah, dude, like, this game is fucking good. But, again, they need your trust, so they have to make it, like, cheap, which is peak. Nothing is better than when a company, like, fucks up, so then they have to give you good products for, like, good prices. That's absolute cinema. It kind of reminds me of when, like, the Wii U wasn't doing well, so they'd give you absolute fucking bargains. It was like, oh, special bundle deal, like, buy a Wii U for, like, a regular price, and then you just get, like, a whole-ass fucking game for free, practically. And you could pick, like, Mario Kart, and it's like, damn, I get Mario Kart for free? That's not the one that I got, though. Although I did get a good deal, technically. Unfortunately, I did buy a Wii U for full price, but, again, technically, not. Because, I got the Black Edition Wii U, which has more storage, it had a lot more storage. But the other thing is that it came with Mario Bros. U and Luigi U. Which isn't, like, obviously, you know, there were better deals I could have got. Well, at the time, I think that was, like, the only deal. Like, that I could find, but yeah. So technically I didn't pay full price, because individually that shit would have cost more, but it was the same price as a RRP, like, white Wii U with, like, low storage and no games. Hello, Jess. How's it going? Well, I've been streaming every Sunday, so that's the time to check if I'm streaming. But like I said earlier, I'm thinking of streaming twice a week again. I probably will. Well, the streaming is supposed to be secondary to content creation. Because if I'm streaming, then that's time I could have spent working on videos.
SpongeBob.
Well, yeah, but like, what do you think I was doing yesterday?
You sure you know how to drive?
Dude, there have been very rare instances where I'll watch a streamer and I'll actually, like, I'll see someone from my chat in the other streamer's chat. I always forget about it afterwards, but I've definitely seen that, like, a handful of times. In, like, Liquid's chat and, like, I think probably Cheese's chat as well. And a couple others. Yeah, well, you should have known me back in, like, 2016, 2017, maybe even 2018, I was way more active in people's chats. And then I started to get social anxiety, and now I can't type anywhere, or else I'm worried that I will ruin someone's day and I'll have to kill myself. So I don't talk anywhere.
So much destruction.
Me when I say one slightly weird thing one time, and then I can never talk to them ever again because of it. I even think back to when I went to the fucking dentist on I think it was Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday. And I thought back to it, and I was like, I was talking a lot. Like, I was talking a lot. I don't think I said anything weird, but I just talked a lot. Which then makes me think that's inherently weird, and therefore I should die. Because it's cringe. When it's like the dentist probably just doesn't really care.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Yeah, you're just not gonna see me. Like, I did talk a bit in Sam's chat yesterday, but when I say a bit, I mean, like, literally, like, no, it was like 3 messages. Literally, like, 3 messages.
Plankton is
Nice one, bruv. I haven't had McDonald's in a bit. Probably won't have it for a bit, still.
I'm not
Unless
sure.
they
Catch right
have, like,
now.
a limited edition thingy that I'm interested in. Well, I think the solution, Jess, is to not give in to the voices. Dude, I just think back to, like, 2017, when I used to just type in, like, every fucking server that I was in. I would just type everywhere. But that's the thing, though, I actually was cringe back then, so I think back to that, I'm like, fuck, dude. Why was I like that?
Boing. Oh, it's a freshman.
I hate, though, like, when I became, like, more normal. I was scared of being cringe when I became more normal, so now I just don't want to type anywhere. Thanks, bruv. Me, when I think back to random messages said in somebody's chat in like 2018, I should shoot myself in the fucking face right now. Yeah, I haven't watched Liquid in a bit, but I think the bulk of it is just like memes, which isn't a bad thing. Obviously, there are chats that are more serious and chats that are just like full-on memes.
Hey, Lloyd! You're the one about the sponge that made it through the desert?
And that's the good thing, is that there's a billion streamers, so you can... If somebody isn't your cup of tea, there's like so many other people that will be.
Vacuuming up men.
Though, just like how some viewers come and go, some streamers come and go as well. Please work. Right. Very interesting story, bruv. Man, I'm never getting a checkup at the fucking doctor's. That sounds really embarrassing. Oh my god, that barely worked. Also, it's been nearly 2 hours, and this is the first time I've gone past Rubadub Skip. This is the second time I've entered Rubadub. Let's make it count, and by count I mean have the run die in sandwich driving, like a boss. Well, to be fair, like, sometimes you just get into a habit of, like, not watching somebody, like, you watch them for a long time, and then you don't watch them for a bit, and then you get back into them. I don't watch as many streamers as I used to, but you also need to understand that, like, at the end of the day, I'm still a Euro bro, but at the end of the day, I'm a degenerate Euro bro, which is to say that, like, I can barely catch his streams anyway, but then because I'm a Euro bro, nobody's streaming until, like, 12 o'clock. Like, 12 a.m. No, I haven't played Fortnite in, like, a week, and even then, that was the first time I played Fortnite in, like, a week and a half or some shit. What do you mean by adding Fortnite to Discord? I was literally working on the tutorial yesterday, for the record. And I probably won't be working on it today, but that's because the next stage that I need to do is redoing lines, and I'm gonna run out of energy after stream, and I wouldn't have enough time to record all the lines I need to redo anyway. I'd rather just do it all in one session, so I might as well just leave it for tomorrow. I have about 90 lines to redo in the first hour and 10 minutes. Not gonna be fun. No, I have not seen that, Jess. First time I'm hearing about it. I am not playing that. Bro, I hop in a VC like once a week. Oh yeah, what was the name of the fucking... What was the name of that Minecraft-looking ass game that released recently? No, not Hypixel, bruv. I mean, it's, well... Yeah, Hytale. Dude, that game was in the works for ages, but, like, at one point I just assumed it was gonna get, like, cancelled or whatever. Well, I think it was made by the Hypixel guys, but... Fuck off. I never fail that. That's fucking AIDS. Fuck off. He does. Well, Notch doesn't even own the rights to the game anymore. It would be Microsoft if... It would have to be up to Microsoft if they wanted to do that. I think Notch has absolutely no say in it. Like, he literally sold the entire ass game to the company.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
I don't really have any interest.
Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
In playing Hytale. Like, it doesn't look bad or anything, but, like, it really, to me personally, it really does just look like Minecraft. Like, and again, that's easy to say when I've only seen, like, little bits of gameplay and I've seen screenshots. But the fact that, like, there's, like, a modder who already have made the games, like, fucking cross-compatible already. Like, okay, you know how people were saying that, Pal World is, like, fucking Pokemon with guns or whatever? Like, to me, personally, Hytale and Minecraft look like they have way more in common than Palmon and Pal World and Pokemon.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, like, it's clearly inspired from Minecraft, but I'm just saying, like... I don't know what it does differently enough from Minecraft in a positive sense. because I don't know, because every single screenshot and little bit of gameplay I see just makes it look exactly like Minecraft. So it doesn't incentivize me to want to purchase the game. Also, I'm just gonna say it, I think the game looks kind of ugly, low-key. Some of the textures look like those 256 by 256 realistic Minecraft texture packs, as in bad. I wouldn't really call Terraria 2D Minecraft. People do not like when you compare the two games. It's seen as like cringe, like oh brother kind of moment. Like whenever a YouTuber like compares them, everybody just groans. Linux pisses me off. I'll use Linux once, like, all my niche-ass software works on Linux. Dude, you know what's really awesome? I don't know if it's Linux's fault or if it's the Steam Deck's fault. I have my Steam Deck set to never go into sleep mode. What do you think it does every, like, 10 minutes? It's really fucking annoying. Like, it's literally just set to never go into sleep mode or randomly turn off or anything. Like, both options are set to never, and it just goes to sleep literally after 10 minutes of inactivity. It's the worst. Then again, I don't want to use Windows 11. That reminds me, actually, there's this, like, pretty big streamer that got hashtag exposed because he accidentally leaked his notepad that had links to, incredibly fucking bad, potentially illegal content. And, the reason, well, obviously the reason it happened is because he's weird, but, like, technically, like, the reason it happened is because he uses Windows 11, because the way that Windows 11 works with Notepad is that you have to, like, specifically click, like, don't save. And he didn't click don't save. So when he reopened Notepad, it, like, opened the last thing that he had open, which was the link to the bad content. So he literally got snitched on by Windows 11, which is really funny. But, no, like, I mean, good they got snitched on by Windows 11 because fucking Jesus. No, like, actual, like, this man should be in jail right this very millisecond kind of content. And his excuse was that, he downloads a bunch of hentai, and sometimes it's, like, grouped with, like, bad... Like, you try to download hentai, and then it, like... Because you're getting it from shady websites, it also puts, like, other bad content on your PC or whatever, but, like... Oh, man, it's a little hard to believe. Little is, is an understatement, but, yeah. I don't remember it being like that on Windows 10. Because, like, I use Notepad quite frequently for ball storage. And I don't remember it doing that, but I don't know, bruv. But yeah, there were like 3 types of illegal content on that fucking Notepad, bro. Well, I think... Yeah, it was like 3 types.
Welcome. Never fear, good.
Nah, as in, like, if you have to specifically click, like, don't save, like, when you go to exit.
Yep.
If you just click the X, Yeah. If you click the X, it doesn't ask you if yeah, it's something like that. So, and then it just remembers what you last opened, so it snitches on you, basically.
Not manager. This is a job for a
But yeah, there was some bad fucking... Like, some of it was just seemed kind of like whatever. Like, just the kind of stuff that you would expect, but then some of it was like, what the fuck, bro? Like one of the video titles was literally like... It was like, girls and animals. And it's like, alright, well that's already strike one, bro. That's already strike one. Right off the bat. I don't know, bro. That was just like... I don't know if anybody's actually inspected the content, because by the sounds of it, if you inspect the content, you might go to fucking prison. So I'm hoping that nobody's inspected the content, but based off the title of the file, it was just like, it was just called something along the lines of girls and animals. Is like, bruh. And then the other thing that was on this, Strike 2, some of them said lolly, and the reason why that's notable is because, you know, people say like, oh, well, that, you know, that's kind of like, what do they call it? It's like a gray area, but literally in his state that he lives in, it is actually illegal. Like they specifically made it illegal in his state. So that's Strike 2, and then Strike 3, and this one is actually fucking like really bad. Like from my understanding. I almost don't even want to say it, but like, you know, I've already come this far. I might as well just fucking. Like, some of them... Some of the titles had something called, like, jailbait. And, like, I just have to assume that that's just something illegal, right? Because it's literally called jailbait. Like, maybe there's something I'm not understanding, but, like, why would it be called that if it's not, like, illegal? And there were, like, multiple videos that said jailbait, so I have to assume. So that's just like 3 types of illegal content that was on bro's fucking notepad. Well, it was a notepad that linked, it was a link on the notepad, and then when you like entered the link, then it would have like a list of those kind of videos apparently. But yeah, that's fucking gross as fuck. Yeah, sure, Koopa. Yeah, that sounds fucking illegal to me, bro. I don't know about you, that sounds bad. That's why you get a hashtag VPN, Jess. Yeah, there was a guy who was, like, getting off to literally deep fakes of his streamer friends, like, his female streamer friends. He has a wife, by the way. He literally has a wife, and he was getting off to fucking his female streamer friends, and he got caught. That was a while ago, that was, like, a couple years ago. And then he had to, like, make a response, so he did the response on stream, and you can literally see his wife, like, sitting next to him, like, crying, and you have to wonder, like, I don't know, like, I feel fucking bad for her, because obviously it's, like... Okay, yeah, but I don't have sympathy for him crying. I have sympathy for her. Because she probably had, like, no idea, like, she thinks she knows the guy, and then apparently she doesn't know the guy. You know, like, the person that you're supposed to trust most in your life. And then... Yeah. Like, I think he's made a comeback, like, I think he still streams, but... I never watched him anyway, so, but it's obviously still just like, what, bro, what is wrong with you? Deepfakes as well. Like, at the bare minimum, what, like, you couldn't, you just use your imagination? If you absolutely had to, you can't even do that. You have to, like, actually, like, use deepfakes. Like, there was something wrong with you, bro. Sound manager. FNAF 1. Power down sound was the noise that plays when the officer runs out. I mean, the office runs out of power. And the error noise is the fucking jump scare noise. There are gonna be a lot of people who, like, use that unironically for some reason, and honestly, they're living the best life. Yeah, I've seen that, yeah. And the UK wanted to ban Twitter over it. And honestly, like, I hate to side with the UK, but like, that just is like the objectively correct thing to do if they're not gonna do anything about, like, Elon doesn't give a fuck, bro. Because like half the time, yeah, it was generating things of like fucking miners half the time, but even when it wasn't, like, that is clearly still like bad, right? And then the government is like, dude, you shouldn't be allowed to do that, and then Elon's just like, la la la, I can't hear you, la la la. Like, fuck off, bro. Like, again, I don't want to side with the fucking UK, because the UK sucks, but, like, genuinely now, that is the morally right thing to do, if Twitter are just not gonna do anything about it. $243, more like 240Ds. I'm quite nostalgic to Windows 7 sounds, Cooper. I do kind of miss Windows 7, but like, eh. I tried to use Windows 7 like a few years ago, and every time I opened a game, it would turn my second monitor completely black, and it would only fix itself after closing the game. And when that happened, I was like, you know, there probably is a fix for this online, but I think I just gotta reinstall Windows 10.
But not heavy.
Yeah, Medla, like, sometimes there's some cool stuff you could do with it, but other times, I feel like it gets used for more bad than good. For example, now RAM is unaffordable. I guess I won't be upgrading my PC anytime soon. Thank you for the good luck interface. How's it going? I have not seen the new Mr. Breast video.
I'm not feeling like it.
Just because it didn't respond to the message for like literally 20 seconds, bro. You don't need to post it again.
Whoa! Take a breath, man.
Like, I have eyes, I can see the message in it, bruv. Because, like, it's not like it was at the very top of the chat and I missed it. It was literally, like, at the bottom. I couldn't see that. That does sound actually quite cool, Koopa. That's good interface. I think we don't appreciate the average days enough until we get a bad day. Yes, your messages are sending, bro. You can see if your messages are sending if you look in the bottom left of the gameplay. You'll see messages. I think I said this before, but I actually like how macOS looks. I think it looks nice. But I can't be asked to, like, download any skins or whatever. I just can't be asked, but... Because, like, I'm sure you can get Windows to look like Mac, but I don't really care enough. Like, if I had to change it to anything, I'd probably make it look more like Windows 7 than Mac. But, I don't know, there's just something about Mac that I think looks nice. It has that, like, slightly futuristic look, almost. But not to, like, an exaggerated degree to where it's just, like, stupid. It's just, like, sleek, modern, I guess. Dude, I am missing that 2-frame today. That is, like, the 3rd time I've missed it, I think. Either I'm gonna have to stop buffering it, or I need to grind it for a minute. Windhawk Tour. Man, I just ruined it for myself. I haven't heard anybody say Hawk Tour in ages, and then I'm the first person to crack. Like, I can go several, like, entire Twitter sessions without, and streams without anybody saying Hawk Tour. It's actually crazy. And one day that'll happen with 6-7. And everything will be right with the world once more. Anyway, I don't know if I could be asked to change skins, but I'll think about it. If I do, then it'll be Windows 7.
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. A manager is always prepared. This is a job for a manager.
Man, 108, it's gonna be late.
Hey.
I'm not as allergic to 108 no cheeses as I used to be. It's kind of whatever, as long as it's not like mid to high 108.
Up we go. Whoa.
Like all that's required to recover that is literally just like a good depression, which I expect to get anyway. Well, never mind. Who needs a 108 no cheese anyway, bruv?
Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. Boing.
Hmm. Hopefully the snow, like, clears up by the time that, you know, you want to, like, go outside and touch grass.
Oh, yeah! A manager is always prepared. This is a job for a manager.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. No swimming just after eating.
I'm just hoping it's, like, over here that it just stops raining every single day soon. Literally, you just, like, you look at the weather, and for, like, the past, like, over 2 weeks, it's just been rain, 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 rain. And then I looked at the weather for next week, and it's just rain all day, every day again. And it's really depressing. I think the most depressing day outside I ever had was on New Year's Day. Because nothing was open, like even less than I thought would be open. And it was really cold. I don't think it was raining, but it was really cold. And we went to two towns. And literally nearly, I'm not exaggerating, almost 0 shops were open in both towns. Like, in the 2 towns combined, everything that was open were, like, 2, like, restaurants and 2 CEXs, and that was literally not an exaggeration. Literally every single other thing was closed. That was, like, the most depressing thing I've seen fucking ever. Like, I know it was New Year's, but fucking hell, I didn't expect that much to be closed. Yeah, is there a reason why you even asked if I had seen the Mr. Beast video? Is there anything, like, relevant that happens in the Mr. Beast video? But anyway, I did get a game of one of the CEXs. Yes, I did see that message. What? When did I say I was a fan of Mr. Beast Brev? I never said that. Like, I think the most positive thing I've said about him... Bro, I literally never said that. I think the most positive thing I've ever said about him... was that, like, at the time, like, before, like, a bunch of stuff came out, I said that, like, it's not that big of a deal if he's only giving money away to boost his own ego, and it's, like, not from the kindness of his own heart, because at the end of the day, we should still encourage him to do that, because he's still giving money to people that need it. And I was also defending the fact that he was making that into content in the first place, because if he doesn't, then he'll have no money to give people in the first place. That's, like, the nicest stuff I've said about him. Was basically just saying, like, yeah, he's probably doing it for ego, but, like, just let him do it, because that does more good than bad. Like, it's still, like a positive overall. Which I would still generally agree with. Good for you, Flame. Bro, if you were invited to the Dream SMP back in the day, I'm not exaggerating, like, you were guaranteed, like, almost, like, permanent success. Like, you would jump to, like, fucking thousands of viewers straight away. Like, and with an audience like that, you would have to do a lot to lose it, so you're like, near guaranteed to be able to do, like, Twitch streaming full-time as soon as you get invited to the fucking SMP. Literally, right, it was the equivalent of winning the lottery, but you had to do, obviously, more work. But, like, it was essentially, like, the slightly more realistic equivalent of winning the lottery. Yeah, unironically, like, back in the day, if a movie runner got added to the Dream SMP, that probably would have made the movie, like, maybe not explode in popularity, but it undeniably would have helped a lot. It could even just, honestly, it maybe just help, like, a lot of the SpongeBob Speed games to have, like, if you're getting thousands of viewers, it would probably just help most of them or all of them. Like, fucking 8,000 viewers. Dude, Quackity was getting, like, if I recall correctly, I think he was getting tens of thousands of viewers. Was streaming on the SMP for, like, literally 3 hours. Actually insane. Like, imagine the money that he was making in just 3 hours, dude. Like, can you imagine how loaded that guy must be? If I felt like I was in danger of getting my records taken, I would just fight back for my records in a brev. Hello, Chief. I'm doing alright, thank you. I just can't get a run, as always. But yeah, thank you for the good luck. Hope you're having a good day. Bro said he was retiring. Or, well, not retiring, taking a break. Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, but it's technically, like, subjective. Well, it's, like, objective and subjective at the same time. On main, my worst PB is all tokens, but all tokens, like, because you're literally just doing more stuff. Like that and its length. Like, those two things just add difficulty compared to something like NMG. So even though AT can be improved the most out of all of them, I think for the average runner, if they try to get any of my records, I think... Well, it probably still would be AT. I don't know, it's either AE or AT. But, like... yeah, AT probably is my most beatable fucking time. Even for the average runner who doesn't play AT or barely plays it. Because it's not too different from NMG, and NMG isn't that different from No Pole Store, so I guess that's... But then with all extras, you're only learning the extras, and some of them are very simple. But my run isn't, like, even factoring Rock Slide, my run isn't, like, atrocious or anything. Whereas my AT run is actually atrocious, but it's also, like, a much longer category, so... I don't know. I don't know how to, like, say this without it sounding like I have an ego, but... Like, I'm not in danger of losing, like, any of my records, even AT. I'm not in danger of losing it. It takes a long time to get the skill and consistency necessary to compete at a very high level in Hundo and all tokens. Like, if you barely play it, you'll get these, like, pretty shitty, like, sliding and driving backtracking splits. that'll straight up be like 10 plus seconds behind my averages. And like that time really adds up. I'm getting very tired of this fucking trick today. Dude, this just happens like every stream. Like this exact thing happens constantly. And now I'm just gonna get it like 5 times in a row.
Talk about pretty rock. Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here? By the way, Patrick.
That's that's a good one, bro. I haven't even seen Sandwich Driving Time Challenge.
Hey, a desert.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here?
I thought Mindy said.
Yep, the worst split in the run and one of the hardest, and I haven't even entered it. Which means that the furthest I've gone today is the 15-minute mark. Once. And this keeps happening, like, nearly every stream. Like a boss, like a boss, like a boss.
Welcome.
Bro, AT has literally the exact same problem. It actually has a it's worse even, because like from like the difference between AT and NMG, like by the time you enter Now That We're Men, I have to do more Rubber Dub and I have to do more Rock Slide, so it's gonna take even longer to get to Now That We're Men. And there's like more things that could kill the run before entering Now That We're Men. Like, it has the exact same issue, but worse.
This is a job for...
I did not say that.
This is a job for... a manager.
I have lost runs to Spew Boost, but it's not that common. I mean, it's hard to lose runs to it when you never get there anyway, am I right? When I get there once every, like, 2 streams. And it's unlikely to get, like, a really bad miss, as in, like, a full-on death.
Ouch!
I might need to piss in, like, half an hour. Yeah, I hear the modding your Wii U isn't that bad anymore. I did mod it back in the day, but it was, like, more annoying back then. What's up, gaming guy? Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream.
The manliness has landed. Ooh. Good thing Sponge.
Nice, bruv. Dude, is that... I mean, you guys can't hear it, but either someone's running a fucking drill or the shower is, like, especially loud today, because goddamn, that's loud. The shower sometimes sounds like it's gonna blow up. It's so peak. Oh my god, thank you for the 10 billion bits.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, I own a PS3 Fat and a PS3 Slim. At some point, I'd like to own the Super Slim just to say that I own them all, but I'm not, like... You know, like, it's just one... Like, I'm not, like, gonna really go out of my way much to... If I see one for a good price in, like, a charity shop or Cashies or something, I'll buy it, but otherwise I'm not that bothered. But, like, I'll get it eventually. Oh, that's really weird, Flame. That's really weird, bro.
A new path. Going up.
Maybe if you donate another 10,000 bits, it'll work this time. I find it really funny when, like, people will donate, like, $40 to, like, Ninja or XQC or whatever, and they don't even, like, acknowledge it. They work, like, 3 hours for those $40, and then the insanely rich streamers don't even say thank you half the time. Come on. Like, I don't know, like, people give me literally 1 bit sometimes, and I say thank you for the bit. Thank you for the 50,000 gifted subs, Flame. Bro has, like, negative money. An insane amount of negative money, by the way. Just the negative amount of money is just so high, it's just like, you're never gonna recover from this, bro. What's up, Venom? From Ant Venom. I probably said that 500 times, but I don't care, I said it again.
Bridges going up. There's the edge of town.
Okay, I'm not... Okay, not being able to afford 50,000 subs does not make you broke. How much is it? Isn't it like $6? So, like, 50k... I mean, 50,000 times 6. That's... Wait. Yeah, that's $300,000. I wouldn't exactly... Your bank would probably decline that before... Even if you did have that amount of money, they'd probably decline it. I remember a guy before donated, like, literally, like, 2,000 subs. He gifted, like, 2,000 subs in Liquid's chat, and then the guy was like, oh, I can't send anymore because my bank is, like, declining my shit. Because under normal circumstances, who would gift, like, 2,000 subs on Twitch? Most people don't gift, like, more than 5 at a time. Some people don't gift at all. Which is okay, I'm just saying. Which, by the way, even if you gifted me 50,000 subs, the fact that I would only get half of that is insane. I would get $150,000 of that. Isn't that crazy? Yay! Back to no cheese. Yeah, out of $300,000. you do get wholly ripped off because you get 50%, and then if you make enough from Twitch to be like, well, combined with whatever other work you do, obviously it might increase you to a higher tax bracket, and then you lose even more of the money effectively. And if you store the money on PayPal, you gotta pay PayPal fees. Basically, you just get like quadruple fucked. There is no yes cheese, only no cheese and negative cheddar. And cheese on occasion. That's not even a mod, I just... just cheese on occasion.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
$150,000 would equate to less than £150,000 because, well, the pound is just like stronger, I guess. $150,000. I mean, I fucked it up. Well, all I have to do is add a zero. $150,000 is just under £110,000.
Up we go. Oh.
Which means that I would be in the, assuming I didn't make any more money that year, I'd be in the 20% tax bracket. But then if you gifted me another, like, $1,000 worth, I would go into the 40% tax bracket and get absolutely fucked. Dude, it's so stupid, like... Literally, right, you get tax 0, and then 20, and then 40, and then 45. Like, okay. If you make more than, like, I think it's like 150k or something like that in a year, you only get taxed an additional 5%, but if you go from 119,000 to 120,000... you go from 20% tax to 40, which is unreal. And then the tax for all the goods in the UK is like 21%. Like, god damn. Might as well just put your hand in my wallet to just take most of what's in there, bro. Just be like, I'll take some of that, please and thank you. Yeah, Cooper. I am looking forward to some more no cheese action. Well, you'd probably be able to tell that it's not them playing because they're just bound to do some things different. They might have like a habit that they do. For example, there's some SM64 players where sometimes when they make a mistake, they will just... they will pause and unpause, like, really quickly. Sometimes they even mash it for a sec. And then there's a lot of runners that just don't do that. But you might also be able to tell from maybe they use a quirky camera angle or something that other runners don't use. A cycle. A habit that I have, sometimes when I ledge grab, I press the L trigger, which brings up the HUD stuff. Not always, but especially like in depression when I'm doing creek early. Like when I ledge grab, when I do the spin double jump into ledge grab, I usually press the L trigger out of habit. Which, like, I haven't seen any other runners do that. Maybe some runners do that, but I haven't seen anyone do that. Bro, I didn't think that would hit me. How come... Why? Why? But, like, yeah, why? Why the button, why? That's probably a bad habit, because obviously you don't want to just bash for no reason. Because, like, the L trigger is fairly safe, because you don't use it for anything in movie. Like, vanilla movie. Like, you don't want to develop, like, a bad habit. Yeah, like... I just remembered another... I didn't notice it until, like, somebody in Simply's chat brought it up. But Simply wears glasses a lot of the time. And whenever he spawns the DDD, the Docs 100 coin star, I don't know if it's the 100 coin star or the 8 red coin star, but either way, whenever he spawns one of them, he always pushes his glasses up every time. And the reason somebody noticed that is because he wasn't wearing glasses that time, but he still tried to push them up. And then I remembered that, and then, like, weeks later, I saw him in DDD again, and he literally did it again. Like, every time he spawns a star, he just fucking does this. He just pushes the glasses whether they're there or not. But especially when they're there. Oh, there's a bad one as well. I remember, like... I don't know if anybody in the chat brought it up, or if, like, one of my friends brought it, like, I don't remember, like, who, or if it was me that... There was this Pokemon speedrunner. It wasn't Worcester, but I don't remember who it was. Well, you can't... Even when Worcester does webcam, you can never see his face anyway. There was this runner that would, like, blink. Like, whenever he, like, pressed A on a text box, like, to skip it, he would usually blink. Like, most of the time, like 80+% of the time, you blink. And keep in mind, there's a lot of text boxes. So that seems like a really annoying habit to have. My worst habit is being too good at the game. Shetebrev. Shetebrev. Shetebrev.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
A refund on what?
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Sorry, bub. No refunds.
Welcome.
To be fair, in my panels, under the donations one, it says no refunds XD. It actually does say that as well. If you go have a look, it says no refunds XD. Actually, I might have removed the XD, I can't remember, but either way, it says also no refunds, at the very least. But the XD is probably still there.
Short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Bro, what am I doing? Yeah, I think after this run I'll probably piss.
Welcome.
Like, it feels like the number should be higher than that, but when you factor that I dropped Truck Skip and Unbuffered Creek, and initially, like, I wasn't resetting as much because of Rock Slide.
Just another day in the life of a manager.
And I'm streaming 1 to 2 times a week. It actually, like, adds up. That's only 500 by now.
These just ooze macho.
No worries, iPie, but thank you for the good luck, and I hope you're having a good day.
This is a job for a manager.
I have not been doing 100 attempts per stream. when I came back to the game in 2024, I did a few streams of NMG, but then Rockslide Rewind got found.
I'd like to wake up now.
So then, you know, then I went back to no pore storage, and now I'm back to NMG again.
Whoa!
Where I've, like, slowed down on the streaming a bit.
Jumping, jumper, jumperoo!
Yeah, sometimes I gear myself up for a long session, and then I PB on, like, the second attempt or something. And then I'm like, I don't know what to do for the rest of it. Especially if the run is really fucking good to the point where I don't want to play the category anymore. I literally, like, don't know what to do. No. That only temporarily fixes the issue. As soon as I get a decent run with Rewind, then I have to, like, actually lock in. And then, again, the issue's just worse than NMG's early game. Well, you can, bro, but there won't be any audio. Let me look at the AT times right now.
SpongeBob.
Yeah, 2:15, 2:24, 2:27, 2:28, 2:29, 2:31. AT's come a long way. Because I think that 2:31 was probably world record at the time. It looked, yeah. If it was 6 years ago, it probably was world record. So the record, and I can definitely get a 2:12, so the record will have effectively gone down by, like 28 minutes? Fucking hell, dude. In the span of, like, 6 years. Wait, no, it'd be 18 minutes, but that's still a lot. So that would be, 5th. Like a boss. I have no vid, no did world record technically. Well, half. You know when Twitch implemented the 100-hour limit? I just deleted all my AT times, like, off Twitch because I assumed I had exported them all. I forgot about a couple runs, which at the time were bugging out and would not export to YouTube, so, like, 1 or 2 of my AT runs are literally just lost media. Except they might be on the Red Foundation thing, but if they're not, then they're just fucking gone. But they were vid did, but not forever. So now I think they technically fall under no vid no did, but I don't know. Hello, Crash Bandicoots. Thank you for the good luck. How you doing today? There's some guy on YouTube that uploads my VODs named Red Foundation, and I literally, to this day, I don't know who it is. Like, there's a few people in my head I, like, immediately rule out, but I don't know who it is. First no pause storage run in 5 years, that is a Pog champion if I've ever heard one.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right
Now's a
now.
good time to get back into the game. Everybody's playing, and there's a lot more strats now. And we're more knowledgeable. Based off the way they, like, type the descriptions and shit, or, like, their, like, about me or whatever, like, I don't know. I don't really know anyone who types like that. Two in a row. Actually, was that 2 in a row? I think that was 2 in a row. I think, I don't know. You know, the game has improved a lot in the past several years. That trick just then is not one of those things. It made the game worse, like a mouse.
Welcome.
That, arguably Fast Sandwich Out of Bounds, and arguably Spewer Boost, like, all made, again, well, for those two, arguably. But the 3K thing absolutely made the game worse, unfortunately. But most runners could ignore it, to be fair.
Boing. A short slide from manager to
Yeah, there's like cool shit, you know, like Sandwich Out of Bounds and Rock Rewind and Rub-a-Dub Skip. Obviously, it makes learning the game, like, harder than it used to be, but if you stick to it, I think you'll find that it's a better intermediate and higher level experience than it used to be.
this is a job
The
for
pacing has improved a lot.
manager.
Hey.
Runners who already shouldn't be doing certain strats telling other runners to not do certain strats. It's like fucking the screenshot of the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. That's literally what that is. Yeah, Spiral Skip is cool. Anything to make Sunday faster. Sunday sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a tinkle so that I don't need one in an hour when I actually get a run going. Be right back.
SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, second season, SpongeBob second season, SpongeBob second season, now on DVD, complete second season, are you ready, SpongeBob second season, all your favorites, this October, SpongeBob second season, it's got special features, it's got special features, SpongeBob second season, that's SpongeBob second season. So catch the dance fever and look for the complete second season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set, available October 2004. And of course, the complete first season of SpongeBob SquarePants DVD box set is in stores too.
My mom always said, if you can't say anything nice about someone, don't blow your nose into your hand. Mr. Squidward!
Bro, until the very top level, you're always gonna be losing like 30 seconds to some bullshit. That's just how it is.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure.
Like, I'm...
Another day in the life
I
of
think
a
my
manager.
58 missed monster skip. Which is like a pretty bad thing to miss.
Short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Nothing
And yeah, the run was
fan type
still
stuff.
like really, really, really good. There's like,
Manager comes
you can't just do a run where like you don't lose more than like 10 seconds in a split. Or like you can, but that's, at that point, you're probably playing at the world record level or close to it. I'm gonna go look at my splits right now, actually, because I don't know if I'm mixing it up with a different run. Okay, I think I actually am. Yeah, wow, this run has no time save, Jesus Christ. Dude, why? There's no fucking time save. Okay, there's easy time save here. In 3K floating block, but when I say easy time save, I mean like, I don't know, like half a second. And then I lose it all because I'm not gonna get rid of 1 frames, usually. Maybe like a second in Now That We're Men. A second in Junkyard.
Get in touch with you.
I missed both Dennis frames, I would expect myself to get 1 of them. And I had a second of time save in Dennis 2 anyway, so that's... And then like 2 seconds in Neptune. Fucking hell, this run is actually even better than I remember. Run has no time save, bruv. Yes, I was mixing it up with another run to be fair, but still. Nah, I ain't doing it. There's no point, bro. Like, literally, I would kick myself if I actually got a run going if I did a no-pause storage attempt.
Welcome.
And then it just dies because I miss rub-a-dub skip, or I miss, like, rub 1 frames. Because in NMG, I don't need them, and no-pause storage, I actually, like, literally need them. I cannot PB without rub 1 frames.
Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day.
Again, my biggest time save, individual time save in the run is 8 seconds in Dennis 2. But because of the 1 frame, it's more like 2 seconds. Like, realistically. But even if you want to count the entire 8 seconds, like, that's how much the 1 frames, like, save. Or lose for missing them, rather. They lose 8 for missing them. Even if you miss them kind of fast, it still loses, like, 8. And then there's no other fucking time save, practically. Like, literally a second in Now That We're Men, a second in SCDA, 2 seconds in Neptune. Like, at that point, like, I need rub skip 1 frames. Like, I'm not wasting an attempt on that, bro. At that point, I would just say, like... It's just not really doable.
I'd like to wake up now.
If I were going for, like, world record attempts, I would unironically have to set my goal to literally be like... to get like a 58, 54. That's probably like as low as I can really go. Uh-huh. I don't even know what a task could get. Like, if it had, like, Xbox loads and could still do the lag clips and everything, I don't even know what it could get. Like, I mean, probably a 56, but I don't know. I don't know how many task strats, like, could exist. It probably depends on that, like, because obviously it would do, like, SCDA fast corkscrew. It wouldn't do any buffers, but... it's already, that's a decent amount of time save, but I don't know if it'd be able to find, like, other task strats. It'd probably get good RNG, so it, like, doesn't even need to think about manlies. You just get, like, good manly RNG. Which also lets it do the fast SCDA ending, as well. Do block boost. Doesn't kill the turret and now the man. Yeah, I'd say, assuming they're on, like, a bunch of task strats that they could do, but, like, there's a few, and again, assuming it would be, like, the inputs would be, like, on an original Xbox, so it can actually do lag and stuff, and it'd have, like, the right loads. I reckon it would just be a 56-something. Don't know if it'd be high, mid, or low, but, yeah, I reckon it'd be a 56. Because, like, for example, like, part of it depends on... we think, like, the super duper weenie out of bounds, we think it's literally physically impossible. But maybe a task could do it for all we know. Probably not, honestly. I don't think he has nearly enough height. But maybe a task could just barely do it. Then again, well, on PAL, I'm sure it's possible on a task. Like... so you like it'd probably play on PAL Xbox, but then it's not getting all of the time. But then you could do Knucklehead at it, yeah. So without it, yeah, maybe you could get a 55 actually, because then it has access to more sandwich strats. But then it's losing time because of the slower loads. But then a task would probably be using like B drive loads to be fit and negate some of that. I don't fucking know, dude. So like, yeah, maybe it could get a 55. Yeah, like Knucklehead. Out of bounds and Knucklehead Park skip.
With the
Plankton.
I wish those Knucklehead strats were like RTA viable.
I'm not feeling like a game of
Probably never gonna happen though, fortunately. Well, I mean, Weenie has a lot more potential, and even that feels like a dead end at this point. But, I don't know, inevitably somebody's gonna look at it again in like a year or two. And then somehow find something. Yeah, if you go look at the IL world record, there's two insane strats. The first one is, like, definitely one of the very hardest tricks, one of the very hardest RTA doable tricks in the fucking game.
These just ooze motto.
Like, SCDA Fast Corkscrew might be harder, but... like, maybe. And maybe also the Weenie Out of Bounds thing. Possibly. But that shit's gotta be, like, top 3 hardest strats in the entire game, and it's literally physically impossible on this console. As far as we know. It definitely doesn't seem nearly possible. Yeah, it happens, like, I don't know, like 20 to 30 seconds in, so... probably like 25. That's the big one. Thank you for the follow. Knucklehead has potential to be like one of the most interesting sliding and driving levels in the game. It kind of is for ILs, in my opinion.
I'm feeling like more of a man already.
Once again, I've said this many times with specifically that token today, but I hope it worked. I think one of my least favorite things about that 2-frame is that, like, when you warp away, you don't even know if you got it for, like, 5 seconds because the text box, like, blocks. Really? Okay, that wasn't that bad. It, like, doesn't let you view how many tokens you have.
I found one.
What Mindy said dessert. Bust. Smash. Great. Hang on! We're almost there, buddy! Oh, boy!
You have to get.
You know, we were talking about habits earlier, like another habit I sometimes have. Sometimes when I'm waiting for a fade out, I'll just pan the camera down. Which in 3K, I do that because I theorize that it reduces lag. But a lot of the other times when I pan the camera down, it's not for lag reduction. Like, I'd say, like, half the time it's just because I do it, because, you know. Yeah, see, exactly, Flame, right? Like, Knucklehead could be, like, the coolest sliding and driving level in the game, arguably. But unfortunately, that shit's just not... voice crack is not possible on OG NTSC. And even if it would, it'd probably be, like, 1% consistent. So you would never see it even on dead runs. But maybe that's a good thing. If it worked, like, 30% of the time, that'd be so evil, because then I'd feel obligated to do it, probably. At least on, like, the not really good runs. Yeah, it is. It's really, really hard. PAL GameCube, which gets more heights than NTSC Xbox.
How come we're going sideways?
We're doing better now.
Dude, that could have been so optimal if I reacted to that properly. Yeah. Quirky GameCube heights stuff. That's the thing as well, it's like... the trick, like, if you're doing a trick in a driving level, like, its difficulty is also gonna depend on what version you're playing. For example, right, Spiral Skip, I would personally say... I think Spiral Skip is actually at its easiest on NTSC OG. Because NTSC GameCube gets too little height, it can still do it, but it just gets less than ideal height. And then all the other versions get too much height. You get, like, basically, like, you get a really healthy amount of height on specifically this one version, so in my opinion, this version is where the trick is at its easiest. And therefore most viable.
Bring 'em to. Coming through.
I almost fucked it again. What's up, Variety? Okay, yeah, just make a mistake I haven't made in literally, like, months. That makes sense, actually. Like, finally get a run going for the first time in 800 years, and then just, like, yeah, okay. Literally, I haven't seen that in months. No, Sunday is locked in. Although on NTSC GameCube, because obviously that's what you do the IL on, it's... those two tricks are so hard. Anyway, I 100%ed Titans, like, shortly after the game came out. I had to use a guide, though. Some of those objectives or whatever were a pain in the ass. Because the game has, like, no checkpoints, practically, it feels like. So I would literally spend, like, 3 or 4 minutes trying to, like, find something. And then I'd watch a guide on how to find some other thing, and then I have to basically just do the exact same thing I already did, but then travel an extra, like, 20 seconds, like, really annoying. Yeah, I think you, like, kind of need a guide for some of them. Well, not, like, need. You know, if you were a kid with no internet access, you would have eventually... You'd brute force it, but... I don't know. If you want to do it in a reasonable amount of time at all, you kind of need a guide. Because even with a guide, it can take a while, because you gotta pause a lot, and... Make sure you're definitely in the right location.
Oh, boy!
A new path. Whoa!
Honestly, that game, like, I like Titans quite a bit, but they really should add more checkpoints. They're probably not going to, though, unfortunately. At warp points, I should specify, not... I think the checkpoints are fairly generous, but I meant the warp points. Because it's just weird, because, like, Cosmic gives you a shit ton of them. So backtracking is, you know, pretty painless. But then, I don't know, in the follow-up game, they give you, like, no warps, even though there's still, like, loads of stuff to collect.
Hey! There's an owner's manual in the glove compartment! What's a glove?
Yeah, I didn't realize just how much there was to collect. Until I beat the game. There's a lot to collect. I think some stuff doesn't even unlock until you beat in the level. I think hundo routing would probably be kind of interesting, like in a run setting.
Drawbridge is going up.
One thing you would definitely do in hundo, you would definitely move the plankton portal challenges to later. Like, you would want to unlock them all, and then do them all.
Destruction.
Yeah, Flame. Yeah.
A new path. Whoa!
I know I said this in the movie server, but man, I imagined old tokens and Hundo just being like skipping loads of tasks and being really cool, but it's not like that at all. Cause I've like very easily put over 100 hours into ball storage. Probably more like 150 hours. And I'm nearing the end of my realistic testing journey. And it's just pretty obvious at this point there's not going to be a big task skip. Man, even just one would have been fucking fantastic. Literally just skipping, like, Sunday Ring. You know, do, like, burn 10 loads, skip Sunday Ring. Nice. Hundo is saved, bruv. Dude, I literally knew that was gonna happen. I'm so fucking... I hate this fucking game a lot. Yeah, no worky on PS2. The Patcher costumes haven't been tested, but at that point, we're just grasping fucking straws. I honestly, like... I don't really care anymore. Like, even if it exists through Patcher costumes, at that point, I really just don't care. Because if you have to... On PS2, if you have to do, like, half of an all-extras run to do Mindy Skip, like, that's just... Like, no. I'm not wasting my time. You know, I'm not wasting my time trying to find that shit.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Manager coming through. Upsy-daisy! A manager is always prepared. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Resin said that he thinks on Xbox there's probably a ball storage combo that like unlocks a warp. And on PS2, we've been seemingly kind of close to that. But I also just personally don't care about that. If it were on GameCube, it'd be a bit different because of Dolphin, but actually, like, how many people, like, start off on PS2? Like, not many. Not enough for me to spend another 100 hours trying to find some nonsense that probably doesn't exist. Because it would need to, like, very specifically be the Neptune warp that gets unlocked. Virtually any other warp unlock would be kind of useless. Yeah, that's very rare though. The vast majority are playing on GameCube or Xbox off the bat. And obviously, as Xbox is the main version, I need to prioritize Xbox. Like, for ball storage testing. But again, I'm probably coming near the end of my, like, serious journey. Because, like I said, I don't think it's possible for Patrick levels to have Mindy skip effects. And if I'm correct, then the amount of testing to do has been reduced by half. Venom, thank you for Demon Brexit, it already happened. Dude, whatever, I'll just do fucking fast death in 3K. To be fair, PS2's terrible movement is not gonna help.
SpongeBob.
Indeed it did. Crazy stuff. That's another thing as well. You know, PS2's loads are really bad. We don't allow the emulator. If Mindy Skip exists, it's gonna have to be through extras, most likely.
A new path.
Like,
Going up.
Brexit, bruv. And ball storage doesn't exist on GameCube, so rip. Then again, I do need to take another look at PCSX2. It'll probably never perfectly emulate movie, but I'd still want to check it occasionally. I know they added a thing where it's like the dolphin thing, where like, oh, if it would crash on console, it just won't on the emulator if you enable the setting. It'll like warn you, this would have crashed on console. Do you want to stop the emulation? And then you just press like no, and then it resumes. That'd be very good. But it's no good if we can't... If we can't, what's it called? If the loads are still inaccurate, which they probably are, and if the driving is inaccurate, then why would ball... I mean, we know from like a year ago the ball storage was not accurate on PCSX2, so I don't know if it would have changed enough in a year for that to no longer be the case. I should update my PCSX2 though. I don't even know what version I'm on or what the most recent version is. Bro, some guy probably took it in like 2010. All the cool names were taken in 2009 to like 2011. Dude, I was wondering before like what the chances were of getting the name Purple, because sometimes if you're a partner, they sometimes let you just take a dead account, you know, like it never streamed, it, you know, last online like fucking 2010, they just let you have it sometimes. Apparently the guy named Purple, when I checked like 4 years ago or something, right? Not only does he stream, he's partner, so I'm fucked. But he was still streaming like 4 years ago. I don't know if he still streams, but either way, he has partner. So I'm literally cooked. I can never get that name, ever. Like, the only way I could, I think, if he got like banned or something or he deleted his account. But then somebody else would probably snatch it before me, because I'm not a partner.
Adventure? Just another day in the life of a manager. Boing! It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Unfortunate. Yeah, they were doing like
Cleanliness is
GTA
what manager
roleplay or whatever.
These just ooze macho. A manager is always prepared.
Hello, Maori, if that's how I say that.
For
Hope you're doing well. My day is pretty average. Thank you for asking.
Hey.
Then again, I don't mind the name Pibble Foundation. It's just a bit long. Like, obviously, like,
I'd like to wake
there's a lot of websites and games where they just don't let you have that name because it's too long. SRC did, but I managed to steal the name Purple on SRC. Damn good name to steal. There's some really good, like, names, like, on the movie boards of people who've taken good names. Like, I have Purple, Chris has Chris, Latte has Latte.
That's better.
Like... There's definitely more. Like, well, Bubble Bass is a pretty decent one. Yeah, like... Got some damn good names. I'm never giving up. Like, Tedious used to have Tedious, and then he changed it back to Tedious Throne. Because that's what it was originally, before he changed it to Tedious. And... I don't know. I think he should have kept Tedious, because that's just, like, cooler, but... Hello, Latte. Thank you for the good fucking luck. How we doing? Yeah, honestly, like, it's not that big of a deal if you have to, like, put a number in your name or whatever, especially if you can substitute a letter for a number and it's not just putting a number at the end of the name. That's a pretty, like, decent workaround. Good compromise to still be able to have the name. Just got out of bed. What time is it for you?
You sure you know how to drive?
Well, Flame and Zero are common words, to be fair, and they work well together, so... To be fair, though, somebody taking it on SRC is actually kind of weird. I think you actually got a bit fucked there. On Twitch, I'm not surprised, but on SRC, that is a bit surprising. Fair enough, I guess. I was projected to wake up at like 2 or 3, but my dog happened, so I woke up at like 12:30, maybe.
Going up. Look out!
That's like 3 or 4 in a row. I forgot that somebody's name is the Lurking Goona 69. It's gotta be the worst name on the boards, bro. Yeah.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is
There was some, like... I was able to nab the name Purple from a different website before as well, but I don't remember the name of the website, but it was one of those, like...
day in the life of a manager.
You know those, like, niche websites where people make, like, custom... They build, like, custom shit for, like, retro consoles?
Aside from manager. Well, not manager.
I managed to get the name Purple
This is a
on that
job for
website.
a
Like, it was niche. Like, the website was niche enough to where I just tried Purple and it worked. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
A manager is always prepared.
But I haven't used that website in years, and I don't remember my password, so like a boss.
A manager.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Whoa!
Why would you do that to yourself? Somebody probably thought of that name too. Like, unironically, somebody probably has that name on Twitch. Not on SRC. No way anybody has that on SRC, but on... Oh, that reminds me, actually. Some fucker took the name Purple on Discord, as in... Like, you know when Discord, like, changed their shit, so, like, you don't have, like, a... Like, you get a unique username? It might have been Purple SRC. Yeah, it was Purple SRC. Keep in mind, right? Actually, no, maybe it was Purple. Or was it? I don't know, but either way. Like, I'm Purple SRC, bro. I literally... Like... That's my YouTube name, bruv, and obviously SRC is what I default to, because I can't get the name Purple anywhere. The fucker took it there. And I know who it was, too, because he literally is a speedrunner as well. Like, there's a guy on SRC with the username Purple SRC. I know he fucking took it, I know he did. Bro. It's mine. It's my name. But he made his Discord accounts, like, a little bit before me, so he had dibs.
SpongeBob.
He was #1. But again, that's just what I, like, if I can't use the name Purple Foundation on a website because it's too long, and I can't use Purple because everybody's gonna think to nab that name, then obviously I have to go with Purple SRC. Which on Discord isn't an issue. Purple Foundation is not too long on Discord, but yeah. Honestly, Purple Foundation is just kind of like a bad name to have on, like, YouTube, because what do you think comes up when you type in Purple Foundation on YouTube? Like what do you think comes up? So it would be ideal, like, if I were to start, like, making YouTube content and it was, like, performing well. Unfortunately, the smartest thing to do is to change my name, because otherwise I'm just not gonna... I'm not gonna show up in search results. I think the purple part needs to always stick. But I can't just call myself Purple, like... So Purple SRC is probably gonna have to do. Even though it means speedrun.com, like... People outside of the speedrunning sphere are just not gonna know what that means, they're just gonna think it's just random letters. Like, Purple SRC is like a good name. because it, like... It just sounds good. It's short, it's easy to remember, and it just sounds good. I am not Purple Splicer. Well, first of all, you gotta get rid of one of those S's, Wilcom, but second, you mean speedrun.com.
Bridge is going up. There's the edge of town.
But anyway, that's why my second channel is called Purple SR2, because then when the time is right, I can just make another channel called it Purple SRC, or I can change the Purple Foundation name to Purple SRC. So it's like ready to go whenever I want to do that. The only thing is that I don't think it's a good idea to like make a new account anymore. You know that thing that YouTube does now where it like estimates the age of your account? If that account is like brand new, it's probably going to assume that I'm 2 years old, and it's not going to let me upload anything. We need ID for that, bruv. How about fuck you? Have you ever considered that one? Have you ever considered fuck you?
Right now. Freeing Bikini Bottom, one hapless soul at a time. That's better. Ow! Forgot my floaties. Vacuuming up manliness, even in the corners.
I know you're probably memeing, and ultimately I can't stop you from doing it, but I'll still ask nicely that you do not, please and thank you. Because if I can't get that name, then I genuinely just don't know what to do. Because then, like, no name is good. And then it hurts, like, long term. Well, because again, I tried to make a YouTube account before, but I had to use, like, a unique phone number and stuff, and I already used them all. I think it was phone number or a unique email. Nah, it must have been a unique phone number, and I didn't...
Hey, Roy, hear the one about the sponge that made it through the desert?
Yeah, it's Purple SR2, so that I can take SR or SRC whenever I need it. But yeah, I tried to nab it before, but again, I couldn't. It wouldn't even let me make a new channel, and even if I do now, it'll probably do a bad job estimating my age, and then I might not be able to upload content or monetize it eventually anyway.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Yeah, I'd probably ban you or something, depends on how upset I am about it at the time. But, well, you need to think of the implication of how cunty it is to... And not cunty as in cunty Regirock holding a handbag. I mean like an actual like cunt behavior. Of like there's one thing, there's a difference between just like taking a username because it's funny and literally being like, oh, you can have it for this amount of money. Well, again, iPie, it wouldn't let me. Because I need a unique phone number. I have absolutely zero clue why that didn't work. I literally have no idea why that didn't work. Yeah, I'd probably let you have the name for an iPhone 17, yeah, I'd probably cop that. Apparently, when I tried to make one like a year or two ago, your phone number must be unique or whatever it said. I don't remember what it said. I was like, well, I guess I go fuck myself now. Well, if I log into the account, it'll probably tell them my IP address.
What Mindy said.
I'm talking about how I need to eventually make a YouTube channel to nab the name Purple SRC, but I couldn't make a YouTube account because it wants a unique phone number that I haven't used before.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running around here? Either way,
Dude, what is going on? Nah, it'd be something normal.
What Mindy said.
As somebody who has an anime girl profile picture, a lot of people who have anime girl profile pictures just fucking are just bad people.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running
It makes
around
me look
here?
bad, bruv. Stupid dog, make me look bad. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of anime isn't normal, but yeah. When I say normal, I mean something that's actually, like, you know, like, recognizable, like, distinct about my channel. Like, anybody could just literally have their profile picture be, like, some random anime character. But if you want to, like, sell merch in the future and stuff like that, and you want your... Even if you don't show your face, if you have, like, a drawing that depicts you, like, if it's, like, your persona or whatever, like, and you can, it's unique, and you could make it into merch in future, like, that's, you want your face to be recognizable. Nah, bruv, keep the dog is funny.
Ooh, so new, so shiny.
A fantastic new game.
Welcome.
Bro, Luffy. Have you even seen One Piece, bro?
Never fear, good
Dude, Jam needs a new profile picture. I've been telling him for years he needs a new profile picture. I don't know how long it's been Joji for, but it feels like it's been like that since... It's gotta be at least 2020. I think it could potentially be even longer ago than that. He needs a new profile picture.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Well, I'll have you know, Flame.
This is next to manager, Lena.
I watched 700 episodes in about 6 months. Some fucking awesome.
Manager coming through.
On,
This is next to managerliness.
I don't even know if the, well, I'm not gonna say the website name, but I don't even know if it's around anymore. It was very popular back in the day, though.
Hey.
I do like the Lego profile picture, Koopa, but I understand, you know, sometimes you just need to move on and have a different profile picture. Dude, sometimes I just forget to change my profile pictures. Like, I had the fucking Christmas one on Discord, the Christmas Shinoa. I had that until like a week or two ago. Like it had been long past Christmas, even into the new year. Okay, it'd be understandable to have it be be my profile picture for like January 1st, even January 2nd maybe. But dude, I kept that shit until like, well, I don't even know, like the 15th. Like I kept it for a while because I just forgot. Maybe I need another profile picture. I meant to use Halloween Shinoa, but I literally forgot. So I didn't do it. Top 5 craziest snowstorms, question mark. Do people still, like, need to go to work? Are the companies like, yeah, you have to, like, risk death, or else, like, you can get fired, bruv? Yeah, it's because, yeah, I think I'd call Seraph of the End, like, a little niche. In 2026, I'd call it a little niche. You know, the funniest part is I don't even like the anime very much. I think it's alright, but... the only reason I'm interested in watching it again is just to be, like... because I remember Season 1 being, like, kind of good, and Season 2 being not that good. So it'd literally just be curiosity. No, I just like the carrot, like... I mean, the hair looks nice, but you know... I like the smirk she always does, I like the fucking massive scythe. I like her uniform a lot, it looks really cool. I recently watched the first 2 seasons of One Punch Man, and Season 2 wasn't as bad as Season 1 was worse than I remembered, but it still wasn't bad, and then Season 2 was not as bad as I remembered, but it was still, like... worse than Season 1. It's basically, like... I'd personally only really recommend Season 2 if you... or, like, if you really... you're not, like, desperate for more One Punch Man content, but, like, you're itching for more. You know, if you're just like, damn, I want to watch some One Punch Man, but I've already seen Season 1 recently. See, I think Season 2 is good enough to satisfy, like, at least to calm that itch, you know? Like, I think it's enough. And then apparently Season 3 is abysmal, but I haven't seen it. But, like, I genuinely... I think One Punch Man Season 1 is, like, nowhere near as good as people remember it being. Not even gonna lie. Like, as somebody who, because I watched season 1 in, like, 2018 or something, or it's 2017, it's hard to remember. And then I rewatched it, like, a couple months ago. And I've watched, like, a lot of anime since then. And, I don't know, like, it looks nice and everything, and it can definitely be funny, and I like the characters, but it really does just, like, repeat the same one joke over and over again, and some of those scenes go on for an eternity. The last episode is fucking peak, though. The fight. Actually insane animation. Is playing some music in the background. It's fucking cool. Yeah, hopefully everybody will be okay from the snowstorm.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
That is not the correct number.
Yep.
It's like,
Just another day in the
like,
life of a manager.
if done really well, like 2 to 2.5.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
But obviously, you might be in a position where, like, if you did regular fast, you might have been able to get right side, but because you didn't do ultimate, like, perfectly, you have to go left side, so that cuts, like, 0.5. That's kind of specific, but that's bound to have happened to me a bunch of times.
Hey.
Yeah, like, I don't think Season 1 is bad, like, at all, but I think the anime, I think Season 1 was probably a lot better at the time than it is now. I think it was just, like, quite a novelty to it, you know? But, like, when you rewatch it, it is, like, Le Villain thinks Saitama is weak, and then he punches the villain after, like, 2 minutes of the villain laughing in his face, and then they just instantly fucking die. And then he's like, let's go home. And then that's half the episode. There were definitely, like, good moments, though, for sure. My Valentine. I'm not even leaving the fucking house on Valentine's Day, let's be real, bro. Thank you for the good luck, Bob. How you doing? It's, 239.4 something. As for the question of any manga enjoyers, my brain's cooked, so I need, like, music and colors and stuff. I also read too fast to, like, process the words half the time. What's more important is your averages. The averages matter more. Anime power scaling is kind of I mean, it depends on the context, but usually it's cringe.
SpongeBob.
248 with fast. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. I mean, I was basically just saying that, like, it's good, but it's not as good as I remember. But, like, I still enjoyed it. And then Season 2 isn't as much of a drop-off from Season 1, in my opinion. As people... initially believed, but I still think it is like a pretty noticeable drop-off still. Even though there's definitely still like quite a few things about it that I like. And then we don't talk about Season 3. I don't know what my sandwich driving average would be. Well, it's got to be like... I reckon it's like mid 242. Potentially low 242, but dunno. Because I get high 242s a lot. I barely ever get 243s, but obviously I'm sometimes gonna get 240s and stuff. So it like brings the average down a bit. This feels solid, so this will probably be like a mid 242. Can I get away with this? Yeah. Was being a bit cheeky there, but it worked out.
There's the edge of town.
That's... I'm surprised you continued though, that's kinda... I mean, I respect it, but it's just kinda funny. Yeah, they definitely try- Dude, 240, fucking hell. They try to build... They try to do a lot of world building with Season 2, but the problem is that it's really hard to get attached to characters when any trouble they're in, you just know that all it would take is for Saitama to just punch the villain, and then everything is solved. We go back to normal, it never happened. The world is saved, or something. Damn, now I'm gonna be thinking about the 4 Peters for the rest of the day. I'm gonna have to look that up after stream. Sometimes I'll just remember a Family Guy cutaway and I'll just have to look it up.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
Okay, well this isn't a cutaway, but sometimes, like, one of my favorite jokes in Family Guy is it's technically 2 jokes, like, back to back, but it's when Peter and the gang, I think they're gonna perform a song, like, at a prison or something. And then Peter goes, "Hello, Cleveland," and then Cleveland goes, "Hello, Peter," and then and then they go, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my God, we don't know any songs. they literally forgot to learn songs. They forgot to write and learn songs. Just like the silence. Oh my God, we don't know any songs. It's so fucking funny. That's like actually, that's such a fucking good bit. Especially because it's immediately followed after like an already like funny joke. Yeah, I like those 3. Will Khan, I'm gonna die, yep. What is my no pull storage average? It's probably a bit scuffed because of Rock Slide. Yeah, 5940. And then NMG, my average is 11850. That's definitely cooked. Because I've barely finished any runs.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
But yeah, there's some good shit that'll, like, either never get an anime adaptation, or they'll just fuck it up,
Another day in the
unfortunately.
life of a manager.
But I don't know, with anime, like, there's so much potential.
Slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
Like, obviously, like, really good voice acting and, like, a good soundtrack and everything.
This is a job for a manager.
It can elevate a story, you know? It can elevate tension or whatever.
Job for
But a lot of them don't do it quite right. That sounds very fast. I usually, like... It sucks, because if I skip the stack at the beginning, or I mean, if I don't skip it, then I immediately con gold.
I'd like to wake up.
And in no pull storage, I sometimes need it, and in NMG, I should never need it.
No swimming just after eating.
In ETU, I need it. Dude, I remember, like... I remember when I golded Weenie, I grabbed the ramp extra, which loses time, and I golded Weenie by quite a bit, and I didn't highlight it. Oh, actually, no. I think what happened is that I forgot to upgrade. And then because of that, I never bothered highlighting it, so it took a really long time to beat, because that gold was from, like, 2022, I think. I didn't beat it until, like, 2024, maybe. Yeah, I don't... Dude, the problem with no pull storage... I mean, the issue with Knucklehead... Like, the no pull storage gold, like... You can only... It's exclusive to that and EP. Like, no other category has the same exact split. So it's not like, oh, I can play NMG and then, like, I can just transfer the gold. Like, no, I literally, like... I can't improve the gold. It sucks. The only way you'd be able to transfer it is if you started split on control, but that's really stupid. Tokyo Ghoul was a weird one. I don't really have any desire to rewatch it. I just remember, like, obviously everybody was raving about the first season.
SpongeBob.
And then they made Tokyo Ghoul Re. And I don't think it was received, like, that well. And then they made Re Season 2. And I watched, like, a few episodes and I dropped it at a very low... I couldn't even... Like, this was years ago, so obviously take what I say with a grain of salt. At the time, I couldn't tell what the fuck was going on. And I don't know if it was because I was stupid or, like, if it was actually confusing, but, like, I couldn't tell. I think for a few episodes, I couldn't even tell who the main character was or something, and I just remember just being confused and nothing, it was just boring to me. I'm not sure. I was trying to get back into Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but... because I watched a bit of it in 2020. But I've only watched a couple episodes. One time in a Honda run, I got quadruple middle door. That's the one and only time I've ever seen it. It's crazy. I think I've beaten the gold since, by the way, so, like... But I did highlight it, like, I still have it highlighted. I believe that's 1 in 81 luck. Fuck off, dude. I literally, like... How did my wheels touch the back of the thing? Yeah, I only really read manga if I'm interested. Like, basically, it needs to pique my interest, and then it needs to be one of those ones where I just expect it to never get an anime adaptation. Yeah. Again, in the distant future, I would like for us to make, like, a community sum of best. Because... voice crack. Because for the other 2 times, I just relied on my own golds. Obviously, like, I think I'm the only one who does bungee balls, so, like, some stuff just can't be transferred, but yeah. Like, it's just inevitable that people would eventually implement that stuff. And then change their route in the exact way that I do it. I don't know, bro. Sometimes I click on it and it's just like classical music. And I'm like, what the fuck? His videos have like a weird, like, unregistered hypercam vibe to them, except he's not using unregistered hypercam and it's in high quality and frame rate. But it's like, that is the music that you would expect from like unregistered hypercam 2 or like early fucking Fraps or Bandicam. Just like the most random shit that somebody could possibly find and just chuck it in there.
Welcome.
But yeah, like clearly edited in Windows Movie Maker. It's so peak.
Here, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Way back in the day, I used to use Windows Movie Maker. Because I didn't want to risk, like, getting a virus downloading, like, actual good editing software. When I was, like, 13.
Boing. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared.
Yeah, and then typing really slow and making a bunch of spelling mistakes and fucking using backspace, like, slowly to like, dude, like, they would sometimes misspell a word, type another full word, and then press backspace a bunch of times to then fix the previous typo, even though we all know what it means. You don't need to go back and fix it. We know what it says. It's not worth it, but they just do it anyway. I almost respect it. Almost.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now.
I remember the Rickroll videos as well. I actually got, like, unironically Rickrolled a lot. I remember this one video that was, like, how to do the Mushroom Gorge Ultra Shortcut in Mario Kart Wii, and the entire video was a screenshot of, like, I think a Daisy and a Mark Bike, like, about to do it. Obviously, like, low resolution because this was years ago, and the entire time it just played the Rickroll. And for some reason, because I was a dumbass child, I watched, like, a good chunk of it, like, just expecting it to randomly pop up at some point, like, the song is gonna end soon, and they're gonna actually show how to do it. Let the bodies hit the floor! And it's literally, like, how to get infinite lives in New Super Mario Bros. Wii. I did not do that, no. Oh my god, do you remember those, like, what they're called, like, custom annotations or whatever, where people could, like, leave their comment on the screen, and it was just filled with, it was bad, dude. Sometimes you couldn't even see the damn video. You had to, like, disable them.
Up we go.
SpongeBob.
There's this Twitter account that posts like nostalgic music. And I've been able to like some of those songs I completely forgot about. And then I'm like, oh my god, obviously, half the time those videos get fucking copyright claimed or striked or whatever, like you can't see them anymore. Because, Twitter bad and the companies are bad. Like, literally, like...
You sure you know how to drive?
Yeah, we don't want this, like, free publicity, bro. Like, alright then, I guess people just shouldn't rediscover your songs for you to, like, make free money off of when you've already, like, made the songs and everything. You've already published them. Yeah, I guess you just not get the recognition for them anymore for some reason, bruv. Free sex. Wait, you're telling me that I can have free sex? Sign me up, bro. Hot singles in my area type shit. Where are they at? Meet Catherine. She's 5 fucking steps away from your house. I hope she is.
Welcome.
Never fear,
Yeah.
good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Get sex free on your first month and then pay $1.99 a month
Just another day in the life of a manager.
on a 12-month contract.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
I remember on Google when it would tell you, like, you're the 1 millionth visitor, we're gonna gift you a free iPhone 3, and I'm like, holy shit. I literally, I don't know if it was an iPhone 3, I mean it probably was given the time, like iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, around there. And, I was down my nan's house, and I was just like, well, and my mum was there, I was like, Mum, we can get a free phone. Please, Mummy, we just need to put in credit card information, we get a free phone.
I'd like to wait.
And then obviously they said no. And then I tried to fill it in anyway, but I didn't know, like, the card details, so I gave up. One time I gave the family computer a virus because I kept looking up, like, Bloons TD4 hacked. Which would basically just be, like, infinite money and infinite lives and shit like that. Because there were websites like that that actually did legitimately work, but... yeah, we didn't have an antivirus installed or anything, so I absolutely fucked the computer, bro. I nuked it. Only wanted 30 quid. That's kind of generous, bro. To be fair, usually they want like 300. 30? You can make that work. Not ideal, but, you know, it's like weirdly reasonable. Yeah, I'm one of the good guys. I'm one of the good hackers. It better be worth it, iPie. Or else I'll be skipping straight to Sex 3.
Up we go.
I used to have adware, but I don't remember. Well, I think I used to download shit from fucking Softonic, and they're known for just being holy virus. Holy virusville. It's so weird because I'm pretty sure Microsoft like worked with Softonic to like make some of this shit, which is really sus.
SpongeBob.
What? Speedrunning? Stop playing like a cheater and do it how it's meant to be played. It's sad seeing people like this complain about skips and tricks when you can't even enjoy the story and scenery just because you want to end fast. Just play Tetris if you want to be the best. Sad. Sky kind of nailed it. That's like exactly how those people talk. You don't really get comments like that anymore, really. But if you go to like old, like Ocarina of Time World Records, for example, from like fucking 2012, you'll see those all the time. That is so true, Ipo. Collab mod, just like 3 weeks away. Collab mod is in 3 weeks. Minus a day, but I'm gonna play it in 3 weeks, so for me it's 3 weeks. You know, I'll download it like on the Saturday, ready for the Sunday. I did see the... Dude, how come they keep saying it's the final updates and then there's not the final update? They just gotta stop with that. Well, I don't know if they've been saying that this time, but the other times they were saying it. Terraria devs being like, this is the last time, and then they think of a good idea, and they're like, fuck, we have to implement it or else we'll fucking die. It's probably gonna be like a 243. Terraria be like last stream until wed.
Bridges going up. There's the edge of town.
Mobile moment, I guess. Is this still gonna be a 242? That's fucking crazy. That wasn't even good. It was like mid 242. Potentially barely high 242.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now. That's giving up manliness, even in the corners.
He was replying to iPie, I think, because iPie said the good hackers are all making SpongeBob movie game mods.
Happened. Forgot my floaties.
Which is not true. They're all making Incredibles Rise of the Underminer mods, specifically. Did they even change the engine much with that game? They probably didn't. How's it going, Skyrim?
I'm feeling like more of a man already.
Dude, I still need to watch a Night of 100 Frights run. I've been meaning to.
Upsy daisy.
Nice. Mmm. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. In it, bruv. Yeah, it's just fat as hell. Morbidly obese token. That's why token frames are so AIDS. Like, I was so far away from that shit and I still picked it up.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. Boing! It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Maybe that's why it explains why there's a 2-frame window, because you can't normally even 1-frame spatulas, but if it's... If the token hitbox is 3 times bigger, then there's 1 frame for it being 2 times bigger, and then there's 1 frame for it being 3 times bigger.
I'd like to wake up now. Oh!
Because otherwise I don't know why there's a 2-frame window. Well, yeah, but, like, what I mean, though, is that when you're 2 frames away from the like, again, you can't even 1-frame spatulas normally. So, like, you've entered the hitbox of, like, the 2nd frame.
Mom always said.
Yeah. What's up, cornbread? You can 2-frame... I think you can 2-frame extras.
Bring up 2. Good thing Sponge.
Like a boss. Not my best work, but thank you.
SpongeBob.
This game would be pretty different if the menu was basically identical to Battles. Well, we'd be able to spam it for lag clips, I guess, but like, I don't think we'd be able to do buffers, and even then the lag clips would be a bit unreliable.
You sure you know how to drive?
I think the lag clips, I mean the laggy menu, it's probably a good thing for our purposes, because again, like, Imagine if we had to, like, spam start and just hope the plank lag clip works. That'd be so cringe. Like, not even the buffers, but I'm just thinking, yeah, like, sponge glide and stuff. That'd suck. We'd probably see the lag clips as more of a negative than a positive. We probably just would have switched the hard drive by now. I'm not gonna risk that. Yeah.
Bridges going up. There's the edge of town.
Yeah, 602. More like fuck you, am I right? I might do the fast death, but I'd rather not. Not just because I'm probably just gonna miss it, but I don't want like a fake gold. Well, like a gold that I'm not willing to keep. I mean, I don't know. I almost got sniped.
Is the room spinning or is it just me? Whoa! Take a breath mint. Kabam! I'm feeling like more of a man already. Too wet for me.
I fucking despise that strat. It sucks. It actually sucks really bad. It is so not worth it. It literally drops the consistency by like almost 50%. It drops it by like 40% for a 2-second time save. Literally right before RNG as well. So even if you successfully get it, then there's a 1 in 5 chance the run dies right afterwards anyway. So combined with like the like 55% consistency with the trick.
Welcome.
Absolutely not worth it.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
I don't know. I don't really feel like playing the possession mods, but I feel like the ring challenge one will just be like unfun after like 5 minutes.
Manager.
Like I'll just get stuck on one part and I'll just get like annoyed.
Well, not manager. We're men. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'd like to wake up now. Oh, choo! Or something. Jumping, jumper, jumperoo!
Maybe I will. I have to go for the roll 2 frame. Because I missed balcony jump, so we'll see. My face when every stream is just not getting out of SD102 until like 3 streams in, where I actually get a run, and then it dies to fucking Flying Sponge Bowl. It's really peak. I really like doing long practice sessions just so that, like, only, like, 5 minutes worth of the practice session actually comes up in the run, because I never get far in any of these runs. Like, ah, bosh. I think this is one of the worst ruts I've been in, like, unironically. Yeah, it's pretty easy to do. You just need to not get hit by, like, the cylinder thing. I think it kills you if you touch it. It's hard to remember. Okay, what is up with Heavy Mod Manager, right? In the Windows search thing, if I type have, then Heavy Mod Manager comes up. If I type heavy, it doesn't come up. I have to type have. And then it just doesn't come up again until I literally just type Heavy Mod Manager. Like, why does it do that? Oh, that's really... Oh, it tells you when a mod's been updated most recently. I don't know if that was always there, but that's sick. Like, because then you know... Like, it gives you a better indication of if it's, like, up to date. That's really cool. Oh, it's darker than normal. I don't know if there's supposed to be music, but I can't hear it. I don't know if this volume will be good, but probably won't know until I start the challenge, because then you'll hear the guitar sound. I do like the touch that you upgraded guitar so we don't have to hear, like, the fucking sound effect. Anyway, what the fuck? Okay, the reason why I did that was because I went to just instinctive, because when you load in here, you're normally Patrick, so I went to, like, instinctively... Why does it make you Patrick here? Like, I know it's supposed to be, like, Patrick start, but, like, you don't unlock the warp until you unlock guitar? Which is making me wonder if originally they had made it so that you just get the warps naturally. I don't know. Anyway. Alright, let's do it. This is the ring trial by Latte, and he made this challenge hard as fuck. He made this challenge, apparently, into what people imagine it being. Which is the spawn of Satan himself. But I'm here to say, it can't be that bad. Right? Nice one, bruv. Why would they go out of their way to do that? That's really weird. Movie devs be like, oh, this thing just works perfectly from battle, let's just change it and make it worse for no reason. Okay, so I think so far it's exactly the same. Anyway, is the volume, like, good? Alright, good, the MIV is not spawned in. Alright, in that case, what I might do... I know it's technically not, like, beating it legitimately, but I might actually save a state for where the original ring challenge ends, or else it'll take over 2 minutes to get back. When it's like I should be experiencing, like, the new content. Because I can obviously do this part very easily. Like, this isn't a challenge, I will not fail this a single time. It's like the stuff that comes after it. Though I don't know how it's going to turn here, or if it even turns at all, so I gotta be a bit careful. Because I don't know how it's gonna... Maybe I should save state here. That might be... I just want to be safe. So let me save a state. Alright, here we go. I will occasionally be doing... I'll try not to abuse it too much, but... Oh, shit. Dude, I gotta lock in, apparently. How long does this go on for? Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck, bro? That's an actual, like, dickhead one. It's okay, though, I recovered it. $190, I don't even know how many I've done so far. Oh, dude, I might hit the fucking TNT! Why the fuck is that solid? Bro. Why is that solid? Howard Iron, why is everything you create solid as fuck? Why would you do this? Hold on, where's my... There it is. $68, damn, bruv. So that's like roughly a third of the challenge. Alright, well this part isn't... Now, because I've already done it before, it shouldn't be that bad. It's this part that I gotta be wary of. Yeah, that's fine now. As long as I don't get, like, too frustrated with what comes afterwards, I should never forget that, hopefully. $620, good lord. Dude, I hate that part. I hate that chuck. Dude, I kind of want to preemptively, like, destroy the TNT, but then I'd have to do the whole thing again. And it's less the TNT and more so... Alright, I'll try again. Also, how come there's not 200 rings? Is it because there's a limit? Like, I'm assuming you did, like, the maximum number of rings. Actually, that poses the question, then. How many fucking rings are in Sunday? It's gotta be a lot, right? And Rock Slide, but most importantly Sunday. I think Sunday would have the most. That shit's gotta be like 150 plus, right? Alright, come on, lock in. There we go, alright. I'm fucking scared, bruv. Ah, that's why I'm scared. This part's gonna be evil as fuck. $112? I thought it'd be way more than that. That's... To be fair, on the water slide, they don't actually do that many, so... Yeah. That's fucking AIDS, bro. That's fucking AIDS as hell. What the fuck? Dude, this is like... This is the equivalent of, like, Rock Slide Macho. I saved a state. I saved a state. Over the... Yeah, I saved the state. I'm now gonna try and take this time to destroy more TNT in the thing if I can. Alright, that should probably do. For now... Well, I guess I need to... do it all over again. Yeah, I was actually, like... It probably, yeah, wasn't originally... intended. But it's hard to say when we don't have, like, older builds or whatever. I wonder if in some cases they would have been fine with only 5 tokens in a level. Like, obviously they are with Depression, but other levels I'm talking about. Okie dokie, thank you. First I gotta get there. Probably after, because... Otherwise, they would have had to have cut, like, a decent amount of work they put into the challenge. Like, they probably would have put more effort into trying to combine the areas, I feel like. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I do wonder, like, I wonder what the first, like, guitar challenge they made was and when it was. What state the level was in. SCDA's was probably made last, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck, you're right. Okay. Let me save state. In fact, I'm gonna save state over 2 slots. Just in case. It would have been ideal to save state earlier, but I haven't actually failed this section at all either, so it's fairly safe to assume I wouldn't be fucking it up anyway. So it's probably, like, reasonable enough to save state here anyway. It obviously gets much harder from this point on, so, like, you know. And the TNT is gone, so that's gonna help a lot. Yeah, you're right, Ipa, yeah. Alright, furthest I've gotten. Oh, goddamn, am I nervous. Especially if the turns are that wide, goddamn. And I already know it's gonna make me do fucking 3 meter, I already know. Oh, God. Yep, there it is. Making me fucking suffer. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? Like, genuinely, what the fuck? Like, I don't even give a fuck if I'm pause scumming. Like, this is evil. Okay, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was gonna be worse than that. The pause strat is incredibly overpowered. I probably would have failed if I didn't do that. Dude, I don't want to fail now. I'm actually scared I'm gonna fucking fail. I actually have to, like, lock in. But I don't want to pause, like, too much, but it's so tempting to in this situation. Bruh. Load state. That is good progress, though, like, the fact that I made it that far in one go. I don't think this will be too much, especially with the TNT gone. I don't think I'll be failing this much anymore. And then it's getting easier to memorize this part. You know what would have been cool, potentially? Maybe it would have not fit well with, like, the vibe of the mod, because it's meant to be, you know, evil ring challenge, I guess, but maybe a counter for the rings could have been cool so that you know how but maybe the point is that you're not supposed to know when it ends. But I don't know, that's an idea. Honestly, what I might do, I might save stay here, because I have not failed that other, like, turn at all. This is where I actually begin fucking up. I mean, even this I haven't been fucking up, but I'll still, you know, don't want to save stay too far in. I like how I could still see the out of bounds, like, boxes just then. It's so peak. Dude, I forgot about that turn. Dude, this, like, I already said it, but, like, this literally is how casual players, like, see the ring challenge. They think it's actually this long. Like, I remember when runners were getting into AWT, and, like, they genuinely thought that SCDA ring was, like, 5 minutes long, unironically, and it's half that length. Well, not half, but it's like 2.5 minutes. They would genuinely, like, they almost sounded like they didn't believe you when you said it's 2.5 minutes. They genuinely thought it was, like, 5 minutes. Alright, this part. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? Do I need, like, the world's widest turn? Does it need to be fat as hell? Because that's what it seems like to me, bro. I need to go, like, incredibly far right by the looks of it. Yeah, okay, right and low, that makes sense. Honestly, I would like to finish this, but I obviously don't want to, you know, remove all the challenge. If I get this part consistent enough, I might save state. Because I've only failed it, like, once recently. Because it would be satisfying to just see the ending of the challenge. You know, because then it's like, well, at least, you know, at least I technically kind of quarter did it. I don't like to leave mods, like, unfinished. And I am, like, I can get halfway through it, like, just fine now by the looks of it. So I'll consider that. I think from 3 meter onwards is when I stop fucking panicking. But maybe I can get this consistent enough at some point. But I don't know, again, like, if I save state too much, it'll kind of be like Careful SpongeBob, where I think I took it too far with all the save states, especially just because I got fed up towards the end, because I'm just impatient. Lamau, I'm never gonna get past that part. Lamau, Lamau. Let's try it again. This is, like, cool, though, just for, like, a little... A little bit of a meme, you know? Just, like, something interesting. Okay. Well, I was thinking of save stating there, but I'm not consistent enough to warrant that. I remember the Now That We're Men ring challenge one you made. I thought that was kind of cool. I think it's cool that, like, somebody starting out can just make something quite simple like that. I think the most evil ring challenges I've ever played are this one, the Now That We're Men custom level by Minecraft Freak, and Kelp Ring in Second Strike. I think those are the most evil ones I've experienced. The Kelp one literally took me like... I think it took me like 50 minutes or something. I don't remember how long the Now That We're Men one took. And it's really funny because I think of, like, contrasting ones, like mashups where it has 2 rings visible and it's short. That one is, like, piss easy. That one's more like just the novelty of having a ring challenge in the game somewhere. That's just to say that there is one, essentially. Dude, that part is fucking impossible, I swear. That's just actually impossible. Yeah, that's the problem. I think what they probably should have done for the rings is, like, make them a timer, so when you pass a ring, like, it adds a couple seconds to the timer. Because then you can pretty much miss as many as you want as long as you can still reach the finish line. I feel like that's a lot less toxic and demanding, and still encourages, like, That would be great for speedrunning. It'd be like, oh, if you get these rings, you lose time initially, but then you can do, I don't know, spiral skip or whatever, and you save loads of time. You know, that shit would have been fucking... Well, I understand for three-lap tracks that would have been difficult to implement, but I don't know. That could have been really cool for something like sandwich driving. We could get all of the rings, like, it'd be like the same thing as casual. And then we just get, and then we just do sandwich out of bounds, and then we can, like, barely afford to do it. That'd be really interesting. That'd be great for routing. And I think, casually, it'd be less demanding and less frustrating. Yeah, I wish they hadn't thought, like... They probably wouldn't have thought, like, oh, what if the player... Like, they probably made us, like, you have to pass through all the rings because they didn't want to move the fucking targets. Like, that's probably due to... How do you forget that twice in a row? If only they didn't think about it, dude. We could have cheesed 2 of those challenges. Well, 3, because we'd have guitar storage. We could cheese all of them. It'd be fucking sick. Do you remember better no pause storage? We should have better NMG, and one of the changes is that you just need to hit the targets for the token, so we can do cool shit. That'd actually be so awesome. Dude, I use like 5 coupons for that shit just to barely play it, and I don't even have it installed anymore because it takes up a lot of space. Alright, I want to see light at the end of the tunnel, so I'm going to save over one of the states, and if I feel like that's too cheesy eventually, I can go back to the other one. Because, like, at very least, I need to figure out how you even do this shit. Because, like, this is genuinely evil as fuck. Yeah, I played it like once or twice. I don't remember the exact number. This is like the hardest part. I think I have AIDS. Dude, that would have fucking worked as well. That literally would have worked. Dude, okay, I need to go low, and then I think I need to immediately go high right afterwards. Anime recommendation. Angel Beats. 'Cause why not? That's my anime recommendation. That was a little closer. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Come on, bro, you're almost there. Come on. Come on. Why are the fans in the fucking way? What do you mean? Bro, it's literally right there. Bro, who would think, like, it's gonna turn there? Like, who would think that? Like, and it's such a sharp turn. Dude, if you're not doing the pause strat, you're guaranteed to fuck that up. You're literally like, there's no way you could see that coming. Oh my god. It was right there. And I'm so scared of having to go back. It's taking me back. Sure, why not? Is it gonna be as hard this time? No, it's actually much easier. Yeah, it's easier, but still. Dude, I'm fucking shitting myself. I don't want to go back. This is a GameCube mod, yeah. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay. It is. And you're the one who made it as well, so I hate you, bruv. I have to cheese the hell out of it, or else I have no chance. Okay, alright, alright. Please, bro. Okay, dude, if it took me out of Area 2, I was about to snap my neck. Oh my god, please don't fail this, for the love of fucking god, do not fail this, bro. You know what, fuck you, I'm saving a state here, bro, just in case, to state 3, which I haven't used yet. Good fucking thing as well, bro, I ain't doing that again. Ain't no way. This one's even worse! How did, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, alright, yeah, I see what you mean. Alright, this actually there's no way it turns again, I swear, bro, if it turns again. Come on. Okay. Alright, I did a lot of cheating, but I don't even care, bro. I don't even care. Yippee! I think I will... I'll just try to do it legit, like, a couple times, but I'm not gonna take it seriously. This is the original save state when I first entered this area. I'll try and do it, like, legit a couple of times. Because now that I've done the challenge, it just automatically becomes easier because I roughly know where the rings are, I say, as I absolutely fumble the fuck out of this, but still. I'll just see what I can do real quick. It's so weird that the exit is not nearly as bad. Like, I can see how, like, obviously it could still trip someone up, but it's not nearly as bad. Dude, I'm actually making good progress. Again, like, if you do a thing once, it just immediately becomes much easier. The only thing I might still save, pulse scum a tiny bit for 3 meter, because this is actually, like, absurd. Yeah, that's why I wanted to, yeah. You know, I've been streaming for over 5 hours, I should probably call it quits. Alright, so what did I accomplish today? I probably golded SD-101, and I beat a mod because I save stated, which I otherwise definitely wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. Even if I save stated, like, after the original challenge ends, I don't think I would have been able to do it without it taking, like, an hour. And even then, when I was exiting, like, the first tunnel, every time, you could tell, like, every time, pretty much, I was going to touch the TNT if it was still there. I basically had to, like, destroy the TNT. But yeah. I will probably stream on Wednesday. Not definitely, but I would say a pretty decent chance I stream on Wednesday. So, thank you for watching, and goodbye.